welcome to the final round of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're here for round 6 at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand, and it's already a windy, cool, brisk morning. Now, what you're seeing behind me is going to be the most crucial part of the race. It's going to be the last turn on the last lap. Here we'll see everyone diving in for the inside line, trying to overtake, trying to make that final move for the checkered flag that comes up right after the turn. So what's happening today is we have qualifyings, we have the Super Bowl, and we have the race ones. This is going to be a big crucial day, and a bit of news of how the format is going to be like. For the Underbone 150s, they will have Q1 and Q2. Now, it's very similar for those who watch motorcycle racing in MotoGP, for example. The top 12 will head straight into Q2. Everyone else will battle it out for the final 2 spots to head into from Q1 to Q2. Now, what happened yesterday was we saw all the contenders for the Super Sport 600, AP 250s, Underbone 150s, and the TVS Asia battling it out. It's a completely different round compared to the last one and the last few rounds, actually. So today's action is going to be really interesting, really telling. Race 1 begins today, but first of all, it's qualifying right in the morning.
Good morning, everyone, to all the hardcore fans joining us on YouTube and Facebook and wherever else you might be live streaming. This is Barry, and let me add my warm words of welcome to those of Daniel. We just heard from down in pit lane. He has made the short trot back to the commentary box. And Daniel, I noticed your hair being ruffled in the early morning breeze there. That wasn't a problem for me earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the wind has picked up, and I think that will be a factor for the Underbones especially.
Yeah, and as you said, this new qualifying format, personally I really love it, because it enables us to focus on exactly who is on track, a less crowded field than we're used to seeing in qualifying. So these are the riders that finished in P13 to 25, based on combined times from yesterday's 2 free practice sessions. So they have just, I was going to say 10 minutes, but about 7.5 minutes to decide which 2 of these 12 riders are going to go through to qualifying practice 2, which will start immediately after this one. So as you can see, it's bright, it's breezy, not maybe as breezy as it was yesterday. What was your feeling, Daniel? You're the outside expert. I'm most definitely not this weekend.
Well, yesterday, yeah, in the afternoon, it was really, it's because the winds were quite stronger, but we didn't see this much wind in the morning, so it'll be interesting to see how the day pans out. There were spots of dark clouds towards the evening yesterday, but no indication of rain.
Yeah, and we see once again a very leisurely outlap for the Underbones, despite the fact they have so little time to get around, about 6.5 minutes. So you can see the riders there going through turn 11, turn 10 and then 11. So these guys are going to pull the pin. Those guys are led by the Uma Racing Yamaha at the front, purple colours. Number 17, Haziq Farouz. He's got 2 Vietnamese riders behind him. But they're setting off now to do the business and fight for that top 2 spot.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to get out of each other's slipstream, but they do need it to get some decent time. So I think I saw earlier was Wawan Wello just encouraging everyone to get in front of him because he didn't want anyone towing behind him.
Yeah, so new format and new tactics in the Underbones. It's really interesting to watch. These riders now are coming up to turn 3. Pace hasn't heated up yet. 2 Vietnamese Hondas have gone ahead. Haziq looks around to see what's going on. Everybody's looking around. So honours will be decided probably the last time around.
Yeah, it seems that way. I think these riders will slowly get used to this format, and I think should this continue on for next season, they will start pushing early on. Because you can see the rest of the field, they're still just cruising around, and this is not what we want to see.
No, that's right. But I mentioned Haziq and Hutri and Antoine there, but there are some notable people who didn't make it through to Q2. Haziq is one of them, Giancarlo Maurizio, another one, and Wawan Wello, Cheryl Shazras, Haziq Hamdan, Fahmi Bassam. Any of those riders you might have expected to have made the cut, gone straight through to Q2, but those 12 places, there is only 12 places, and there's about 20 really high quality riders.
Looks like something going towards the pit exit. I can't imagine that they would be entering pit lane because they have 4 minutes left.
Yeah, they're just going to go try and find some track space. So it's going to be a straight through. In race control, for many years, been telling the riders, if you want to go slowly and find some track space, go through pit lane. Oh, and that's not good. That's Fahmi Bassam for LFN, who is off. And that is Wawan Wello, number 38. Can fully expect the Indonesian to be one of the fastest 2 to go through to Q2. But the pin being pulled now with less than 3.5 minutes remaining. So that means they'll get this flying lap and another one. And that will be it. So we've got 2 flying laps now.
Yeah, well, I think, yeah, I'm definitely not in a position to say this because I'm not on track, but I would say that I don't think the decision to wait too long is the wisest decision.
No, I think for me, you want a lap or 2 to get orientated, get your eye in. It is early in the morning, and then a couple of flyers. That would seem to me to make sense. Wawan Wello's in a hurry. He was gesticulating to the riders around him to get going. But I think the honours will be decided the last time these bikes go around. That is Wawan Wello just at the front of that group, heading down towards turn 3. Got Pacharagon in there, busy weekend for the young Thai. Also in the Honda Thailand Talent Cup that's being held here this weekend. It's not only for Thai riders, by the way, but it's like a feeder event for the Asia Talent Cup. So some really exciting young Asian riders in that.
Yeah, I would say the Thai Talent Cup is it's a really good thing to have around. You just get to have more racing events and more opportunities for riders around the region.
So Patrick is certainly one of the riders doing a double bubble this weekend. Just looking to see what Wawanwelo's tactics are here. So they're coming into turn 12 now. He's with Cheryl Shazras. So those are two riders. If you were a betting person, you might want to tip for going through to Q2. Here they go. This is their last chance.
It's going to be a shame someone suddenly decides to give up on this lap, because they literally have only this one lap left for them. That Shazras sitting up. Yeah, I think that was Shazras, Haziq Hamdan, his teammate, just coming across there.
Yeah, I think you're going to need to be clever as well as quick to do this until the riders get used to this format.
For Shazras, the hope is that was just him checking where on the track he is. So he is in a decent position. He didn't lose any time thanks to slipstream, but he's going to have to really get it on. He's losing touch with them a bit. It could just be for him to get that rolling speed through this next section here.
Yeah, the leader of this little pack does seem to be Wawan. He seems to be the one setting the pace, motivating the others. But he has got one of the... what's that going past him?
I think that's Patragon that's coming across.
Yeah, it's the SEK Patragon. Well, fastest lap so far, but there hasn't really been a serious attempt at a fast lap. This is it.
Sector time so far, it was improving for Izam Iqmal, Giancarlo, but in this group, the only sectors that were good for Shazras and Patragon was sector 1. For the rest, it's not looking that great, but Haji Hamdan, he is improving.
Yeah, staying with this group for now.
Shazras just says he's playing a bit of tug of war with the slipstream. He loses them and then catches them back up. Not sure if he's gained much by doing this. Ooh, but look at the rolling speed going into the last turn from Shazras.
So let's take a look at this. Wawanwelo stays at the top.
Haji Hamdan has gotten a great lap out of that. 2:05.091, but Haziq Farus now goes up into first. Nguyen Antoine now pushes Wawanwelo and Haziq Hamdan out of top 2.
Yeah, interesting changes. We knew it would happen the last time around. Everybody has finished except for Fahmi Bassam, who we saw go off earlier in the session. So it does look very much, unless there are any track limit infractions, that Haziq Farus will go through to Q2 just a few minutes from now, and he'll be accompanied by the Honda Racing Vietnam's Nguyen Antoine. Congratulations to him. Wawanwelo just didn't make the cut. Hugh Tree was 4th, 5th Haziq Hamdan, 6th Giancarlo Maurizio, 7th Pacharagon, 8th Shaul Shazras. 9th was Kanatat Yabkantai. Izam Iqmal for SEK Honda was 10th. Arai Gaska struggling a little bit this weekend for LFN Putri, 11th. And there was no time recorded for Fahmi Bassam. So a very high quality Q1 field there, but it was Haziq and Antoine, who we'll be seeing again on track in about 10 minutes or so from now. Okay, so here we go. It was a very leisurely start for qualifying 1, and there was the early casualty, Fahmi Bassam, who didn't get to record a time. And it did seem it was really until the last 3 minutes, in other words 2 flying laps, that anything at all happened on track. And here we are with the group of riders we were tracking: Wawanwelo, Cheryl Shazras, Pacharagon. None of whom would make it because out of sight were Haziq Farus Nguyen Antoine, who would eventually make the cut. They really held each other up here, Daniel.
Yeah, it seemed that they weren't really doing much for each other. There was slight improvements here and there, but they couldn't just get one clean lap in, and that's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, tactically they just they didn't pull it off, this group. But it was. Checkered flag came out, and as you said, there would be slight improvement to the lap times, but they weren't to be enough. Wawanwelo was at the top for most of the session, but only improved by a few tenths as they came round this time. Cheryl Shazras also looked a little uncertain, lacking a bit of purpose maybe.
Yeah, I think he thought he had more time than he actually had. And that just, you can see his push and pull game was good, he got good rolling speed, but it just didn't pay off.
So that group flashed across the line. And just a few seconds behind them would be the group that would include Haziq and Nguyen Antoine, who we'll be seeing again in just a few minutes from now. So we're going to take a short break as we look at the beautiful natural scene there. That's one of the sumps designed to absorb the water on the rainy days, but the ducks have settled there. But we'll be back in just a few minutes from now, about 5 minutes from now, with qualifying practice 2 for the Underbone 150. So stay with us. Pit lane is open for qualifying 2 for the Underbone 150s here at Chang International Circuit. We are here, it's Saturday morning, that means it's qualifying for all 5 classes, and we are watching and enjoying the 2 qualifying session format for Underbones, which we saw first time a few weeks ago in Zhuhai for that round. So this is the final round of the season. The conditions here seem kind of perfect, really. They're cool. The track temperature will warm up during the day, but they're quite cool now, so I guess the riders are going to need to be a little bit circumspect. But what you're seeing here is 14 riders coming out, and they'll be fighting for the top 10, because qualifying's not finished after this session. The top 10 will go through to a Super Bowl shootout a little later this morning.
It's a lot of work early on, but for the Underbone boys. I think the other thing that they have to look out for is engine wear.
True, yeah. It's such a fine balance between power and durability for these engines, because they basically double the power of these engines as they come off the production line.
Yeah.
That's all well and good, but it doesn't do much for the longevity of the engines. And again, we see a very slow start to this session. Just going off to the right, and we've got on another screen here one of the JRT pits by.
Yeah, that's Fazrul Sham.
Fazrul has gone off. Yeah. Once again, he had a great round in Zhuhai, and he was looking quick yesterday. There is the fastest rider from yesterday, Shafiq Rasol. Also a championship contender, although it's a stretch. There's the outgoing champion, Waiwaji Trilaksana for Racetech 60, his own team this year. He's getting on with it. And I do think it was Waiwaji there was one rider waiting for pit lane to open who got on who immediately got going, and I think that was Wayu.
Yeah, Wagyu not wasting any time at all. He's getting on with it, and I think that's the experience that he has. He knows that he needs to be setting an early pace already, because if you leave it too late, it could just be like the last one that we saw.
Yeah, the last one was scrappy for some of them. There is one of the very quick riders, a rider you can expect to convert speed into results this weekend, Akid Aziz, and there is, by the margin of 44 points, the championship leader coming into this final round. He's through turn 12, setting himself up for a flying lap. Nazrul Izzat for Uma Racing Malaysia.
There'll be a lot on the mind of Nazrul Izzat. Kabita Kresna just coming through the slipstream. But Akid Aziz, for him, is just a matter of finishing off the season in style. He already showed how good he can be in Zhuhai. So now he wants to continue on that momentum.
Yeah, there's a champion in waiting with a former 2-time champion, Gupita Krishna, running up to turn 3 now. Nazrul taking a tighter line. In Underbones, there are as many lines as there are bikes to go through turn 3. The rider at the front there is the Thai for Team One for All. That's Pirapong Lui Bin Peng. Let's get slipstreamed by Nazrul. Goes through turn 4. Do you know whether they're going to take in turn 4 flat?
The last time I checked, that they were, yes, indeed taking turn 4 flat. And even the 250s, and once again, some of them said that if they take the right line, they can go relatively flat, but they do have to lift off just a little bit sometimes. But these smaller bikes, they just allow you to just hold on to the gas, and it can get sketchy, especially with the wind. But it looks like they do enjoy the flowy bits.
The onboard camera looking back there at Nazrul Izzat.
Yeah, it's a great new angle that we've got now with the onboard, looking at the riders directly at the rider's helmet.
Nazarul pushing hard there on the brakes. 3 abreast. Looks good, but this is only a practice session. You can at least double that number when we get into the race this afternoon.
It's the same 4 that we're looking at. Only 6 riders have set that time. Hafiz Arofa's on a really good one. Set the fastest first and second time, so expect Hafiz Arofa to go up to the top.
Yeah, him and Shafiq yesterday were the fastest. Shafiq P1, Hafiza P2, and each of them won a race back in March for round 1 here at Buriram. And Shafiq Rasool is the one who just has to go out and try and get a double win, and hope that somehow Nazarul drops down the field. There is Akid Aziz, Waiwai Aji Trilaksana, Afif Amran, and Shafiq Rasool through turn 12 one more time. Afisa, thanks to a 2:02.6, is at the top of the timing screens. Murabul Vitoni has jumped up to P2. Give it a Krishna in 3rd. So the name of this game, qualifying 2, is to get into the top 10. Waiuaji really crouched as low as he can. No doubt counting, because he's not looking where he's going. So he'll be counting to the moment when he needs to pop up above, get on the brakes. Shafiq taking a wide line around turn 3. Fire himself out. That's Antoine, credit to him. He came through qualifying 1. And running with Nazarul, getting a nice little toe from him on the home straight. And he goes in front. Confident stuff from Antoine.
If he goes at this rate, this will be Antoine's best qualifying result, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was looking good. There is Murabul Vitoni, the 157 on the Elephant Putra machine, running with Pascon on the SCK machine. Now through turn 10 and 11. Murabul really quick. He has set a pole position here in the past, the Chang International Circuit. Gupita Krishna is on a fast lap currently. So is Waiuaji Trilaksana. There's another decent lap. So good pace from Murabul. Pascal down in 8th. Waiuaji lost some of his momentum in the final sector there, but he's sitting in 4th, improved slightly. It's Gupita Krishna. He's on a good lap currently. Let's see if his final sector is quick enough to improve from P6. He's on the outside as they approach turn 12. He's got Nazarul inside him. Nazarul goes through first. Gupita gets good drive coming out of the turn. Just behind them is Pirapong Peng. Gupita Krishna lifts himself. That was the last time around. Just the checkered flag is out now. Gupita Krishna goes up into 3rd with that last charge. At the moment, it looks like a repeat of free practice yesterday. Shafiq Rasool is fastest. Oh, and I think that was Pascon going wide then, so that lap won't count for him. This is the last gaggle of Underbone 150s coming through now. Shafiq in the middle there. So perhaps this group won't be quite fast enough for Shafiq to improve his time. We're about to find out. My goodness, there's a galaxy of stars in this group of riders here. It's Akid Aziz on the blue number 13 bike who goes through first. Nice and clean for all of them. Hafisa Rofa just bumps his teammate Shafiq down to second. Hafisa Rofa currently top. That was a very good lap indeed from Hafisa Rofa. Brilliantly fast rider, winner from last time out. And once again, we look back at Nazrul Izzat. Nazrul P10. So barring any late changes, Nazrul will go through to Superpole. So this is Nazrul's last time around. Don't think he's going to improve. No, he finishes on a 203.979. So a hectic session there. There are the two riders who ended up at the top. Hafisa and Shafiq still going at pace on their cooling down lap. So there it is confirmed. A 201.845 puts 1XOX TKKR's Hafisa Rofa P1 and P2 Shafiq Rasol, his teammate. Gubita Krishna, double champion for Underbones in third. Fourth, Morabul Vitoni. Fifth, Wayuaji Triliksana. Good session from him. Pirapong Lui Bumpeng also staying with the fastest through that 10-minute session. Akid Aziz and Afif Amran for Cardinals were 7th and 8th. 9th was Pascal San Luang for Team One for All. Nazrul was 10th, so makes the cut. We'll be seeing him again in the Superpole. April King was 11th, Haziq Farouz 12th, 13th Nguyen Antoine, and 14th Ahmad Fazrul Sham for Pitts Bike JRT. Let's just take another, we'll be taking a look at what happened there, the key moments from that session. And just looking at the results there, reminding that April King won his first ARRC Underbone race a year ago. So as Q2 got underway, Wayuaji had already gone. He decided he was going to do some hard work. This was Fazrul Sham, broke down early, unfortunately for him. And we saw these two running together early in the session. Nazrul Izzat, the rider leading this championship by 44 points next to Gubita Krishna, who's no stranger to lifting a championship trophy. That's Gubita in the orange helmet. Once again, we got lots of shots looking back at Nazrul and how hard he was working. Pirapong Lui Bumpeng there is the number 14 bike for Team One for All. He was running with the fastest riders. Well, he is one of the fastest riders through most of this session, and would end up finishing comfortably within the top 10. And this just after the midway stage, it was Hafisa who was top. Morabul Vitoni, we know his speed wherever he goes, but we particularly know how fast he is around here. He peels in behind Pascon on this lap. This is what they started their final lap just at this point. Morabul and Pascon running together. Nazrul sensible session from him. He just did enough in the end to make it. Here he is again with Kubita Krishna running together, the Malaysian and the Indonesian. And there in that last group were the two riders who had finished on top, Hafisa Rofa and Shafiq Rasool, the fastest riders from yesterday. And this galaxy of underbone stars crossed the line together to take the checkered flag. And it was Hafisa who just leapfrogged his teammate Shafiq for first place. And we'll go down to Daniel now.
So we're down here at Park Ferme. Hafiza Rofa, what a qualifying session that was for you. You and your teammate Shafiq Rasool in first and second, but you have to do it all over again for Super Bowl. But it's a great start. How do you feel about it?
I feel so good. 1-2 in qualifying is amazing and good Saturday for me. And this is not the ending. I don't set a target for this race. I just want to finish in top 5. And I hope my bike went well in the race, and I will keep this momentum until tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Hafiza. Congratulations.
Welcome back, everyone, and following the excitement of the two-part qualifying for the Underbone 150s, we are rinsing and repeating the format, but we are doubling the CC with the TVS Asia One Make Championship. These bikes powered by 310cc BMW engines, Indian manufacturer, of course, TVS, coming to the end of their second season in the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the final round, and as you can see, the sky is blue, and although you can't see it at the moment, it is actually quite breezy out there. Temperatures are in the around about mid-20s, I would say, at the moment. Probably go up 6 or 7 degrees to the hottest part of the day, but this is a very nice time of year to come to Thailand and enjoy the weather. The humidity is lower, it's not so hot during the day, and it gets nicely cool at night. Indeed, I walked in from the hotel this morning without getting too hot and bothered. So the riders on track now are the ones that didn't make the cut for Q2, and we'll just go through their performances as we see them on track. Just at the top of the circuit there, and this group led by Fugo Tanaka, number 3, blast through turn 12. He's followed there by Baranpop Tongyoi, promising Thai rider who's done pretty well this season so far. In qualifying yesterday, Darren Pop was slower than we expected. He was 10th, which is why he's in qualifying 1 this morning. And Fugo Tanaka, who's got great results in this series. His form has dropped off in the last few rounds. He didn't make the cut, but he finished, I think I'm right in saying, I think he took a podium here in 2022. Yeah, he finished second in race 1 in 2022. So here's the Japanese now. Let's see if he can pick himself up, be one of the fastest 2 from this Q1 group to get through to Q2, and let's see what he can do and perhaps get back to his ways of running at the front. Also in that group, another promising Japanese rider, Taiyo Sato, took his first podium in the TVS Asia One Make Championship when we began the season here in Buriram at the end of March. Taiyo Sato, ever the sparky optimist, told me that he was aiming for a double win. That's a big ask, but his attitude is faultless. Going ahead there is Taiyo Sato into turn 12. But as they get down to business, it is the Papuan, Rusman Fadil, who joined us in Mandalika in round 4 back in August, who is the fastest of this group. Dekitiano Aldi, who is in with a mathematical chance of the championship. He's currently second fastest. We have 4.5 minutes left of this 10-minute session. And you can see quite a contrast between the approach of these TVS riders and the Underbones. They came out of pit lane and they just got on with the job. So plaudits to the management and the riders for getting on track and putting on a show right from the beginning. Going wide there was Chiran Vishwanath, the Indian rider. That was at turn 4. And that's Arshad Rushdie, number 5 we were looking at there. As they get into the flowing section, they're through turn 7, coming up to turn 8. group. Back with the group, we're being led there by Tayo Sato, currently third. They're going to get another 2 flying laps. Sato will certainly want to be one of the fastest 2 here. And here he goes again, once more leading the group through turn 12. Sector times were decent, but it is Rusman Fadil, number 18, who is third in that group, who is the leader by virtue of a really quick lap that time around. That's 1:51.075, which is the second off the best time we saw yesterday. That was from Hiroki Ono, who we'll be seeing in Q2. But that was when the track was a lot warmer, so that time from Rusman Fadil is very decent indeed. Next best is Arshad Rushdi. We know he's quick and has put himself on the front row in TVS Asia One Make Championship here at BURIRAM before. Just looking at Fugo Tanaka, Arshad Rushdi, and Darren Pob Tongyoy, number 14, on the back there, and looking like he's trying to find a way around, climbing all over the back of Arshad Rushdi, but then Arshad through this flowing section, just gapping him a little bit. Fugo Tanaka currently fourth with the best time of 1:51.7 at the front there. Arshad now pushing him through turn 9, that's turn 10. Now, over to the right, plunge down towards turn 12, where this title battle will surely be won and lost. Arshad still second, Tayo Sato still third, Fugo still fourth, Darren Pob moved up to fifth. Dekichano Aldi, who seems to have lost his mojo a little bit, down in sixth. Well, if he can have a rummage around and find his mojo in the TVS garage, he still has a mathematical chance of winning the championship. There is Rusman Fadil, leader as they are on their final time around. Checkered flag will be waved in 30 seconds from now. And Fugo Tanaka had his last lap time cancelled for exceeding track limits. Race control very vigilant on fair play here. And of course, here at Chang International Circuit, we have the technology to enable that vigilance. Tayo Sato is on the move. He did the fastest sector 1. Very good sector 2, his best sector 2. So Tayo Sato making his bid for Q2. Back there with Rusman. Still leading. Will that change as they come around? There is the Papuan. Darren Pob is at the front of the group this time. Rusman looks confident, like he really knows his way around. Tayo Sato is the third rider through there. Checkered flag waves. And Tayo Sato does improve up to second and therefore make the cut. Rusman Fadil, magnificent session for him. He got on top, he stayed on top, 1:50.941. Great session from him, and a nice late charge from Tayo Sato to put him into qualifying 2. Just missed out was Arshad Rushdi and Dekichano Aldi, both of whom improved on the last lap, but not enough. Fugo Tanaka, Darren Pob didn't make it either. Let's just take a look at those results before we look at the recap. There he is, Rusman Fadil, the Papuan, showing the Indonesian flag. He was fastest, 150.941. Tayo Sato, by virtue of that late charge, second. Arshad Rishdi, third. Fourth, Dekitiano Aldi. Fugo Tanaka, fifth. Sixth, Darren Pop Tonyoy. Seventh, Sharan Vishwanat. And fellow Indian KY Ahmed was eighth. Ninth was Kuin Ains Chang, the Filipino. So it is Rusman and Tayo who will go through to Q2, which is due to start at 8:40 local time. Before that happens, we will look at a recap of that qualifying one session for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. And we will hopefully also be getting some insights from pit lane. So as I mentioned earlier, the bikes came out and got down to business immediately for this short 10-minute session. And we saw Fugo Tanaka putting the work in from early, the Japanese looking to improve after a poor recent run of form. He's been tracked there by fellow countryman, number 12, just going past him there on under braking into turn 12, which is Tayo Sato, determined young Japanese rider. And at the halfway point, it was Rusman Fadil on top. Dekitiano Aldi looked as though he was going to recover some form. Currently second, but it was really in this group where Rusman Fadil and Tayo Sato is at the front there. Fugo Tanaka was there also, but Rusman Fadil, the number 5. Sorry, that was Fugo. Number 5 was Arshad Rushdi, who did some good pace setting. And with 2 laps remaining, Rusman was top. And as we came down to the final turns of the final lap, we wondered whether Rusman Fadil would hold on to that top slot. But he did a very quick final lap. But it was the rider in the rainbow helmet, the number 12 there, who would not get to the top, not displace Rusman, but would displace Arshad Rushdi for second spot, and therefore the passport to the second qualifying session. Congratulations to them. We'll be going over to Daniel in pit lane for some insight.
Yesterday, it was a very dominant performance from you and your teammates. So combined right now, you guys are heading into qualifying. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, yesterday not easy for me. Little bit problem on my back, but for sure today we will fix for the qualifying also race. Maybe qualifying also important for the race today, also tomorrow. I will try my best for qualifying also race 1 and race 2.
It's a bit of a battle between teammates for this final round. Is there going to be a bit of carefulness when you guys battle each other, or is it going to be all out?
For me, I just try my best myself, like normally. I try maximum, but yeah, I hope have good lucky for today and tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Reza. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Pit lane is open for the second qualifying session, which will determine the first 8 grid positions for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. We are here at Chang International Circuit in Buriram in the heart of northeast Thailand for the final round of the season for the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. A bright and breezy morning here. Local time is 8:40. And going out onto the track there was Ramdan Rosley, one of several riders capable of taking the title here. Ramdan will be looking for a better run of luck than he had when we visited here in March for round 1, when he had mechanical problems that delivered him 2 DNFs. So they're coming out, number 16, a rider that was not here back in March, Hiroki Ono. He joined us in Sugo for round 3 for his home round, and then happily has stayed with us, and since then from 6 starts has taken 5 wins and had 1 DNF. So the Japanese has taken the series by storm, and despite missing the first 2 rounds has a mathematical chance of winning the championship, which is quite something. He's such a canny rider in qualifying. Just do a quick sector here, a quick sector there, and right at the end of the session we'll stitch it all together and do a lap that blows everybody else into the weeds, or that's generally the plan. The number 18 bike just trundling through there. The number 18 was the quickest rider from qualifying 1A. TVS, I was calling it qualifying 1 and qualifying 2. TVS call it 1A and 1B. So 1A winner was Rusman Fadil from Papua. He topped that session pretty much all the way through, and he was joined by the young Japanese rider Taiyo Sato. So outlaps completed. This is, as for the previous session, just a 10-minute session, and it has 6.5 minutes remaining. So now these riders will get down to work. Number 1 bike just caught a glimpse of before he went out of shot. There he is, approaching the middle of your screen now, the number 1 bike of defending champion Warapong, and currently 3rd in the championship standings in a very tight battle. He led the championship all the way until we got to China in the last round and slipped down to 3rd at that point. Championship leader is Muzakia Mohammed, who's running the number 11 machine. Haven't spotted him out there yet. We can see there at the front is a rider worth watching in the white helmet there, just ahead of Warapong is Sartak Chavan, Indian, making his debut in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Warapong told me on Thursday this is an Indian rider to watch out for. He could be the Indian prodigy that we've been waiting for in this series in the ARRC. An Indian rider to come through and really take the series by storm. There he is, number 20. In qualifying yesterday, he was 4th. Best time 150.905 in the second of the 2 free practice sessions. But with championship leader now, Muzakia Mohammed, number 11. Running just ahead of Sartak. That's a 150.8 for Muzakia to put him at the top. That was a good lap from Sartak too. He moves up to 4th. and exactly what we want to see in an Indian championship. Sorry, in an Indian manufacturer-sponsored championship, like TVS Asia 1 make, are Indian riders near the top. So far this season, KY Ahmed has put in some decent showings. There is Hiroki Ono going through, number 16. Number 13 you saw go through there. Took a second place this time last year. Took second place this time last year, but in AP250s. That was Piawat. Just got a couple of wires crossed in my brain then. But number 1, Warapong, getting his head down, currently 4th. Hiroki Ono moving. This is Hiroki Ono's first visit to Chang International. Perhaps surprisingly for someone with so much international experience, but this is his debut here, so he did extremely well to beat everybody else on combined times. Flashing note on the screen here, which will be seen by all the teams. Reminder to all riders, must respect track limits. So safety and fair play, the priorities here, of course. In ARRC, that's Hiroki Ono just going through into turn 12. There, the number 1, Warapong Malahuan. The crazy eyes on the front of his helmet. He lifts himself up into P2 with a lap of 151. Hiroki Ono 150.7 with 2.5 minutes remaining. That's quite an early showing from Hiroki Ono by his standards. So let's watch Ono's sector times. It's through sector 1. His fastest time, the fastest time through sector 1 in this session belongs to Ramdan Rosley. So it looks like Ramdan, the number 10, is on the move. And this lap won't count for Hiroki Ono. He's run off, and Sartak, number 20, also went wide into that huge car park that is the tarmac runoff area for turn 4. There is Ramdan. He did a fast sector 1. Good sector 2. So Ramdan Rosley currently in P5, looking to improve his position. These bikes will get another flying lap after this one. There is your championship, sorry, there is number 10 Ramdan, number 11 is championship leader, just going through your screen there. Zakir Mohammed, followed by his fellow countryman Ramdan Rosley. The two Malaysians have really brought some colour and some quality to this series, and Ramdan Rosley, that was a good lap from him. He did the fastest sector 3 of the session to go top with a 149.8, and his compatriot Muzakir also in the 149.879, just a few thousandths between the two Malaysians. So Ramdan takes a little bit of a breather. He was looking for an improvement today when I chatted to him last night, and he's definitely made it. The checkered flag will be out in... Checkered flag will come out in just 15 seconds from now. So that is the best that we will see from Ramdan in this session. And we've just got to note that both those riders, Ramdan and Muzakir, will have those lap times cancelled for exceeding track limits. So it's not over yet. Hiroki Ono is still out there, although yeah, he's done a good sector 1. Warapong is still out there. So let's see how this shakes out. The checkered flag is out now. So these are the closing moments of this session. Piawat, number 13, goes through there. We know his speed, especially in qualifying. There goes Hiroki Ono. Ono, good sector 1, good sector 2. So if those lap times for the two Malaysians are cancelled, then it looks as though Hiroki Ono could push himself up to the top. He goes across the line with the 1:49.534, which even if those lap times from Ramdan and Muzakir don't get deleted, that would still put him at the top. So Hiroki Ono takes pole position. These results are provisional, but there was nothing untoward there about that lap. And it looks as though he'll be joined on the front row by Ramdan Rosli and Muzakir, although we will wait for those times to be confirmed. But as we've seen him do on other circuits, Hiroki Ono comes through in the closing moments and didn't quite blow them into the weeds, but he did take pole position with that time, 1:49.534. Ramdan Rosli second, Muzakir Mohammed third, those times standing. Borapong was fourth, will start from the second row. Piawat alongside him. Tayo Sato was sixth. Sartak was seventh. Rizman Fadil was eighth. So that is the top 8 positions settled. We'll look at the grid later before we get to race 1. But those are the top 8. The others will fall in according to their lap times earlier. And we will hopefully be having a word with Hiroki Ono when he gets off his bike. But before that, we'll just have another look at that session. No changes to the timing screens, so the top 3 seem to be standing at the moment. And we're going to Daniel now. So halfway through the session, we're looking at championship leader Muzakir, who was at or near the top of the timing screens for this 10-minute qualifying 1B session, the second qualifying session to determine the first 8 places. Warapong Malahuan worked hard all the way through. There he is, number 1, with the Dayglow helmet. I was just about to name the colour, but I'm not sure what it is. And another look with the eyes on the front. And interesting rider there, just going through, number 20 with the white helmet, Sartik Chavan. Exciting new Indian rider in this series, making his debut in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. And with just 1 lap remaining, it was Muzakir, the championship leader, and Ramdan Rosli, also from Malaysia, and also in with a chance at the championship. Were pushing really hard. They took the top 2 positions until we got to the final lap. Ramdan was on top ahead of Muzakir. Borapong there pushing the Indian Sartak, but Hiroki Ono, if you were watching the sector times, we knew that Hiroki Ono was coming, and right at the end, switchy under braking, but last time around he didn't lose any time. He would take pole position for this afternoon's race 1.
So Hiroki, what a fantastic qualifying result that was for you. But we noticed that you kept on slowing down away from the pack, and you left it to the very last second to set the lap time. Could you tell us what the tactic was for that?
So compared to yesterday. This morning I changed the rear sprocket. Then beginning of the session, difficult to understand how to ride, but lap by laps, I understand this bike. Then finally I make 49.5. This is my target time, not so bad. But maybe in the race, maybe fighting for big top group. But I enjoy the race one.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race.
Pit exit is open for qualifying practice for the AP250s. Riders getting on with it and getting out onto track now for this 30-minute qualifying session. All 25 bikes will fight for grid position in this single session. We've seen split sessions for Underbones and for the TVS Asia One Make Championship, but this is a straightforward competition for lap times and grid positions for this afternoon's race 1. Championship to be decided, of course, this weekend for AP250s. The championship leader is Reza Danica Arens from Herjan Atna, so it's a battle between the two Astra Honda teammates. Intra-Astra battle, if you will. But the rider just going through there, and in fact a little wide on track, but this is an outlet. White helmet there. Vida Ega Pratama is their teammate. He missed one round and sits third in the championship and hasn't got a mathematical chance of winning it. He missed the Mandalika round to compete in the Asia Talent Cup, and since then has been on fire. He won the Asia Talent Cup, an incredibly competitive series, by 103 points. He took 9 wins from 12 starts and is definitely one to watch for the future. Another prodigy coming off the talent, coming from the talent factory of Astra Honda. There is Vida coming into pit lane. And there is Jakrapat Pudisan for Honda Racing Thailand. He was second best on combined times yesterday and has been a force all season. He's currently 4th in the championship. 94 points for Jakrapat. He's had 2 seconds and a third. There is his teammate, Mukladar. She's had more of an up and down season than Jakrapat, but has had a win in Zhuhai in race 1. And she'll be looking for more glory this weekend. She's targeting podiums, of course, as she always does wherever she goes, but there's a little bit of extra pride, a little bit of extra motivation here. She knows she's got her hands full with both her teammates, actually. Tanat, also a young rider, coming through strongly. Jakrapat leading her in the championship, and the third Astra Honda rider, Vida, we were just talking about, he is going to take some stopping. And the reason I say that is that Herjan and Reza are both running with rev limits. They've had their rev limit cut by 1,000 RPM each, so they're down on top end power. That was by virtue of the distance they were getting ahead of other riders in the championship earlier in the season. So that means they are disadvantaged on power, but Vida Ega is not. So he's on full power Astra Honda. He's one of the quickest riders, quickest young riders we've seen burst onto the scene in this AP250 class. So he's going to be a real handful for Mukladar and anyone else who wants to take victory here in Buriram. This is, of course, the last round of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. 4 out of 5 championships to be decided, and this is one of them. There is Vida Ega leading Herjan Atna. Herjan won here a year ago. So once again we see the Astra Hondas helping each other out. Vida Ega on full power, Herjan with a rev cut, going up the long haul from turn 1 through turn 2 and into turn 3. Herjan getting the slipstream from his teammate, and it'll be the same again down the long run from turn 3 to turn 4. That's how the team works together. We haven't seen Reza Danica on track yet. But he'll be part of the story, no doubt. Good teamwork from these two. The gloves, of course, will come off later in a gentlemanly way. This is a 30-minute session. We're just 6 minutes in. The number 95 that you just saw coming into shot there was the Chinese rider, Ni Tian. There is Reza Danica, the championship leader. His advantage is 23 points from his teammate. He was interviewed a little earlier by Daniel and mentioned, if you're watching, maybe you caught it, that he was struggling with some pain in his back, which could have come from the crash that he suffered in Zhuhai at the beginning of November, so 4 or 5 weeks ago. I do suspect, though, as he moves around on the bike and the blood flows and the adrenaline flows, that pain will not slow him down too much in the race. Sectors now. Jakrapat is on a quick lap. Reza, Hergen and Mukladara the top three. Honda Racing India's Kevin Quintal currently fourth with a 152.7. Lap times we saw yesterday, fastest was Veda Egger on combined times, 151.714. There is the distinctive number 44, Mukladar Sarapwech. This won't improve her standing. Jakrapat did indeed move up into P2. Just 0.2 of a second behind Reza Danica's best time. So it's all Hondas at the top, but the Astras of Reza and Hergen are split by Jakrapat. And there they come in line. 1, 2, 3, the Astra Hondas. Veda moves to the top. Reza Danica second. He moves back ahead, he stays ahead of Jakrapat, and Hergen moves down to fourth. It's the Astra Honda pit, just keeping a watchful eye as the three riders on track execute the strategy that would have been handed to them. There will be important in qualifying. There'll be less of that when we get to the race. The riders know what to do. They need to compete. They won't be unduly hampered by team orders other than don't take each other out. So there is Veda Egger. Once again, we saw it earlier, leading Hergen down the fast and straight. These bikes hitting around about 200 kilometers per hour through the speed trap. And now they come into the more technical section of the circuit. It's split between this flowing section that they're in now through turn 7. Turn 9. Left-hander for turn 10, and it does run slightly downhill, even though we always think of this track as being flat. And then they exit turn 11 and plunge down towards turn 12, where the titles will be won and lost today and tomorrow in race 1 and race 2. Veda gets a little bit out of shape on the exit, but no problem there. was a 151.7 for him, so good pace from the 14-year-old Indonesian. However, this lap, he's going to just slow down a little bit, look for some track position. So still Honda's occupying the top 6 places. It's Vader, Reza, Jakrapat, Ergen, Mukladar and Kevin Kintel. Kevin there on a 152.7. There on your screen is Irfan Ardiansyah. He was in 600s last year, came back to 250s this year and has been pretty competitive in the standings. Irfan is 7th and goes well here. Irfan, we know he's competitive. His competitiveness got the better of him and he ended up being disqualified in race 1 earlier this year in March. But back with Mukladar as she comes through to do another lap. She's on a decent time depending on what she did in the final sector. She doesn't improve. She's lapping in the mid to late 152s.
Very animated discussions there between Reza and the mechanics.
Yeah, I heard Reza tell you that he has some problem with his back. Do we assume that's from China? Right. Kevin Kintel staying in the near the top of the leaderboard with almost half the session done. There's Vida having a session out on his own. 151.5. Yesterday his best time was 152.3.
Kevin's looking really good, I think, and I'm really so happy to hear that Honda Racing India plan to continue with Kevin next year, because I think this is a brilliant debut season for Kevin, and if he continues on this momentum, he's definitely destined to be contesting for the podium.
Yeah, he's a very positive character, and yeah, I agree. I was pleased to hear the team manager tell you that yesterday. Now we're looking at some of the riders a little further down. Number 33 there is Liu Chun Mei on the Motor Sniper manual tech machine. Behind her is another of the 4 female riders in this category, Chihiro Ishii. Jakrapat in the pit there talking to one of Thai's recent racing legends, Ratapak Willarot, who is in there as a rider coach. Raced in 250 GPs as well as in Moto 2. Really like to see him race again. He's still in his early 30s. And for me, I'd like to see him in endurance racing, but that's another story. I've told him that. So in case he listens back, I'll just remind him what I think he should be doing.
Yeah, he might send the resume after this weekend.
Exactly, yeah. So Mukladar currently 5th, 152.6, which is almost as quick as her best time in free practice yesterday. And half-time break for most, and yeah, a lot of lap times being cancelled, and there were 8 riders called up after the FP3 yesterday for AP250s for slow riding. So I'm waiting to hear whether there were any penalties, whether it was a slap or whether there are any penalties that we'll see later.
Well, I did get some info on that. Thankfully for the riders, there's no penalties that were handed yesterday, but there is the warning, especially now for track limits as well. But the warning is that if they get caught slowing down again, they will be immediately handed either a right-through penalty or a start from pit lane.
Okay.
So a proper hefty action will be taken should they be found guilty.
Yeah, I'm sure that was made very clear, knowing the characters involved in race direction here.
Yep.
Grosland and Rohan will have made themselves abundantly clear to these young riders. So hopefully it's worked. Yeah, we're looking here at number 25, Watcher in Timon, giving a guided tour to Ati Kanger, a rider who's Thai rider making his debut in this class, and just gone ahead of Watcher in. The back there is the other Honda Racing India rider, Mohsin Paramban, number 17. And a clutch of Hondas and a Yamaha coming out there. The Yamaha belonging to Ferozi Torikatula. Haven't talked about him yet. We have talked about the top 6 being Hondas. But Ferozi, once again, is the fastest Yamaha. And he was impressive all the way through yesterday.
Yeah, I'd say Ferozi really doing some great work. Ever since Yamaha had a bit of help, they've been looking much more threatening. And this weekend we've seen Yamaha's top timing in certain sessions for the 250s and for the 600s. So the only area, well, the only class that they really need to improve on is the 1000cc class.
Yeah, absolutely. And just taking another look at this group that are on their outlap now. Look at those at the front. Cao Vietnam's in there. Ferozi, as we mentioned, is in there. Tanat Long Pliao also joining them, and Yuan Duc Tan. Oh,
Is it Herjun?
I think it's Urgent. White helmet, or Razor also running a white helmet, isn't he?
I think they're all running white helmets, which makes this
Or,
a bit tougher.
oh yes, they are. You're right.
Yeah.
No, so I think it might be Vida actually.
I think it's Veda, yeah, because Reza is here, so it looks a bit like a smaller frame. Herjun looks quite tall in these 250s, and it is
Yeah.
Veda.
This is Vida. So again, the marshals get to work, but let's see how that happens.
Ooh,
Yeah, low side.
that's a very fast-paced crash, but thankfully for him, he just slid across.
Yeah. Well, that exhaust nicely polished there on the tarmac runoff.
A very rare mistake for Veda. Usually he holds on quite well, but these things tend to happen when you start pushing.
Yeah. Well, he's got 11 minutes. It's touch and go whether he gets out again. He's on a He's banked a 151.528, which has put him at the top for a while. That group that we saw on an outlet has just come straight back in again.
Yes, Jackie, but I think he can be quite happy with his performance this weekend and from last round. He's been consistent.
Yeah, he's a good quality rider, Jakrapat. Yeah, Razor goes out. 11 minutes remaining. There's how we gauge the wind. The flag's fluttering there.
Yeah, the wind is properly strong today. It's really an issue for, well, all the categories really, because as Galang really explained well, the biggest issue is one side of the tire cooling down, and by the time you bank into the next turn, your tires are pretty much cold. So it's really easy to lose the front when that happens.
Yep, absolutely. Just noticed there, Mukadar coming out, having a look around and then slowing down to let this group catch up with her. Still looking around, so the experienced Thai rider with a plan. Just going to have a good look around first. That's Ferozi. Also having a look around, they're going painfully slow.
Just imagine that race direction right now, have just taken a look at what's going on.
Yeah. There is Herjun. Just looking for the, I took a snapshot of the naughty riders list yesterday. Included, for slow riding, included Muklada, Cal Vietnam, and Wayu Nugroho, and Tana.
The one that we did see just now was Ferozi going really, really slow on the outside of turn 3. So we'll see if there's any indication of any penalties being handed out.
Yeah, another bit of contemplation going on there for Hergen. Oh my goodness, look at this. Little trip around the car park.
Looks like Chang International Circuit has a second layout that we don't know about.
Yeah, that's it. And I know it's for the cars, but wouldn't it be nice to see gravel traps there? So they just couldn't do it. Or grass.
Yeah, much like Zhuhai.
Absolutely.
You go
yeah,
off and it's gone.
It's grass and then gravel, yeah. So, another trundle through pit lane. Well, we've got 8 minutes before the checkered flag comes out. Vader Egger won't be worried too much about the time wasting going on here. And just about everybody is in the pits. I think Ati might be out there.
This is going to be a real sprint. They've got less than 8 minutes left to try and improve on the lap time. So we're going to see if there's any more pit lane maneuvers, or whether everyone's just going to stay out on track, try to get the best that they can.
Yeah, Jack Rapat leading that group out. There is fastest Yamaha, Ferozi Torakatula. He definitely wasn't last time we looked at him. He was going so slowly he almost fell off. He's tipping in behind Tanak Leong Pliao for Honda Racing Thailand.
Yeah, for now, still
Outlaps for everybody.
Yeah. Outlaps for everyone except for Ni Tian, who's been out. Li Rui Yun, Li Chunmei, they're still down in pit lane. As well as Atih Kang Her.
Yep, he stayed out. Good example from the rookie. Oh, okay, so that is Vader's qualifying session done. Well, on the assumption that he gets pushed down late in the session, that could make for a more interesting race 1 this afternoon. If he starts from the second row, for example.
Yeah, I'd like to see a couple of the Yamahas, or the 2 Yamahas, Ferozi and Wahyu, find their way up into the top 3. I think for Wahyu it's a bit of a gap right now, but Ferozi definitely. Oh, and here we go again.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ferozi and the gang.
Yeah. The rider in the pits we just saw there was Li Rui Yun, the East NJT rider. She's recovering from injury, and Daniel looks like he's about to pull his hair out. I would if it was possible.
Oh no, I'm just wondering for these guys in this group. They all slowed down together, and then suddenly they go again. I wonder at what point they realize that there's really no point in slowing down, because you guys are going to find each other at some point of the track anyways. Just get on with it, don't bump into each other, and just get those lap times in.
Yeah. And that's after a whole bunch of them having primal fear driven into them by race direction yesterday.
Yeah, you would think after that you wouldn't do this, but it's just frustrating because they waste their own time by doing this. They ruin the drive coming out of the last stint to set a fast lap now. So it's just bizarre.
Yeah, so Vader explains what happened. I'm sure he understands exactly.
But by the looks of it, he just lost the front out of nowhere. So I'm guessing it wasn't really suspension related. Could be tire pressure. Could be just that the front tire just cooled down way too much as he tipped it in.
Yeah, got a quick little bunch here. That's Hergen at the front of it. Irfan Ardiancia on the Kawasaki behind him, and that must be Aiki Iyoshi on the second of those Kawasaki's. Just going out the back of your shot now. That's Chakrapat in front of Mukladar at the front of this group. So I think we could be in for an absorbing final 4 minutes, Daniel.
Yeah, seems like it's going to be good, but a lot of them ran wide there, so plenty of them will have their lap time cancelled on this one. And a lot of them are on improving laps, so it's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, saw there he is, number 50, Kevin Kinsall there. He's still sitting in P6, so his session's still looking decent. But now it looks as though these riders are decided to finally pull the pin. Perhaps that's an argument for shortening the length of the qualifying session.
Ferozi now goes up into 5th, Tanat Longcleo into 7th, Ahmad Darwishi, the wildcard, in 9th. So this is looking good for them.
Yeah, Vader still sits at the top.
I must say, Suhatai doing a great job. The gap is only 1.9 for him, and compared to Zuha, he was almost 3 seconds away, so this is really good from Suhatai.
Yeah, Suhatai, he enjoys it, but this is more than a fun outing for him. He's giving it everything. He's also the rider coach for East NJT, and let's not forget that he won Superbike Race 2 here last year on a drying track when he took the gamble and went on slick tyres. And he's been around this championship for around 20 years. He's done everything. 125 GP bikes and underbones, two-stroke underbones, the whole gamut right up to superbikes. Fantastic character and really giving it the beans in this class. He's a little bit on the big side for a 250, but he'll do whatever he can. He's got Warwick Tongnapakun just behind him there. Warwick, another rider not physically designed for 250s. He's really tall. He's only got about 1% body fat, but he's a really tall rider. And Ferozi leads them into turn 12 this time around. There's 2 minutes remaining, so that this group will just about get 2 flying laps, including the one they've just begun.
Yeah, as long as they don't slow down in this one, they will get two opportunities.
Good point.
So for now, there's a bit of a group here of 6. I think Mukhlada at the front, yeah, 6, but 5 in this one.
Yeah, 5 in this one. Watcherin is in there, together with, I think that's Irfan Ardiancia for Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. Nothing more for Vida to do this time, except see how long his provisional pole position stays in place.
Sergio now leading in front of Ahmad Darwishi. Behind him, I believe that's Warwick.
Yeah, that is Warwick. Okay, what you saw the riders do there was go off into the long lap penalty lane, looking for some track position. I guess that's better than slowing down on track.
Definitely. Here at the front is Tanat leading the way in front of Kavin Samar. Kavin going wide there, so don't know if Kavin's going to make it in time for another lap.
Yeah, Kavin now in 10th, so looking like a 3rd row start, but he's in that group and he looks aggressive. He's coming in there behind Ferozi and a couple of the East NJT riders. Let's see what happens to the order here. I don't see, still no significant threat to Vader's provisional pole position.
Yeah, as it stands, it looks like Veda's fastest time is going to stick, but we do have one more lap for a lot of riders.
Yeah, number 82 you were just talking about there, Suhatai, second of that bunch, breaking into turn 3. Fellow Thai Mukladar taking a much tighter line. And as we predicted, this group is on a flying lap. They just made it through. Tanat coming alongside, bravely coming alongside Mukladar as they tip into turn 4. Kevin Kintel staying with them. So the determination from the young Indian very much in evidence there, and he's staying with them as they get into the technical section. Just looking at sector times, nothing really jumping out. Decent laps for these, but nothing too threatening.
Herjun might be on a good one. He's on a decent lap. I think this lap could take Herjun into the top 3. So potentially a 1, 2, and 3 for Astra Honda coming through. For now, Mukladar and Tana both have a decent first sector, but second sector underwhelming. So for now, there goes Tanat and Mukladar.
Yeah. See how they got it wound up for the final run to the line. Mukladar drops down to 9th for Mukladar, and all smiles from Veda Ega in the Astra Honda pit, because despite a crash and missing the final crucial 10 minutes of qualifying, yeah, he's a happy lad. He has retained. He's converted his provisional pole into pole position, so big smiles all the way through the Astra Honda pit. He'll be joined by the championship leader, Reza Danica Arens. So that best time for Veda Ega, 151.528. Reza Danica just came alongside him. He will start from the middle of row 1, 151.693, and just outside of him, the fastest of the Thai Honda riders, Jakrapat Padisan. Herjun was next. He'll start from inside the second row. Ferozi Torakatula, fastest Yamaha again next to him. Tanat Longpliao, 6, P7, Irfan Ardiancia, and Ahmad Dawisi Ahmad for IDEMITSU BUNSU Honda will start 8th. Mukladar down in 9th. Cal Vietnam 10th. Decent session for Kevin Kintel. He'll start from 11th. Aiki Yoshi 12th. 13th, Wahyu Nugroho. 14th, the veteran Suatai Chemsat for East NJT Racing, just ahead of his teammate Warwick Tongnapakun. Ocharin Tuk Timon, also for East NJT, was 16th, ahead of Nguyen Duc Tan for Honda Racing Vietnam. Chihiro Ishii for SDG was 18th. 19th, debutant Ati Kanker, Mohsin Paramban for Honda Racing India was 20th. 21st, Liu Chun Mei, 22nd. Ni Tian for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha. Lee Ruiyun, the recovering from injury Lee Ruiyun for East NJT was 23rd. 24th, Leong Nan Tse, the Hong Kong rider, and there was no time for IDEMITSU BUNSU Honda's Itlan Hakimi. Let's take another look at the highlights of that session. And it was Veda Ega first out as pit lane opened, and he did some good early work which would turn out to be a very wise strategic move. There are the 3 Honda Racing Thailand machines. A big wobble there from Jakrapat on the exit to turn 12, but he kept it pinned. When in doubt, gas it out, and that's exactly what he did. Mukladar was showing well early on, as was Honda Racing India's Kevin Kintel. Ferozi, as we're getting used to now, the Yamaha Indonesia rider, stayed amongst the top 6 or so. And here we saw Veda Ega, who's on a full power Astra Honda, leading Herjun, giving him a tow. Herjun carrying a 1000 RPM rev cut. And that was to do him good, so good teamwork as always by Indonesia's Astra Honda team. And there was the big crash for Vida Egger. Polished the exhaust before that bike ended up in the gravel and did a little somersault. And there he rode back, an impassive looking Vida Egger. But here comes Hergen. As we got into the later stages, there was a lot of time wasting in the middle part of this session. There was Aiki Iyoshi pushing on for Motor Sniper Manual Tech, and Ferozi Torakatula. Determined effort from him. Great work rate as always. Bit of aerodynamic experimentation there with the lifting of the backside, but there is Tanat, number 11, leading his senior teammate Mukladar, who had dropped down to 9th. Vida Egger would start from pole. All smiles for Vida and Astra Honda. And we'll go down to Daniel, who will be having a word with Vida Egger.
We're down at the Astra Honda Racing Garage with Vida Egger. So Vida, first of all, congratulations. We saw a very big smile on your face despite the crash. Could you tell us what happened?
Yeah, thank you. And I crashed in qualifying. I try push hard and then, but the front go close, and yeah, I don't know. But I will push more in race 1 and race 2.
Can't wait to see it. Was the wind difficult just now? Was the strong winds difficult just now?
The what?
The wind.
Yes, the wind very strong, and also I crashed maybe because the wind pushed my bike and me, and yeah, but it's okay.
Can't wait to see you in the race. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5. IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7.
Welcome back to bright and breezy Buriram. We are here at Chang International Circuit for the final round of the 2023 IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's Saturday morning here in Thailand, and that means it's time for qualifying. We've just completed the AP250 qualifying, and now Supersport 600s are on track for their outlap. As you can see, the light cloud, mostly clear blue skies, a little bit of a breeze. We just heard from Vida Ega Pratama that the wind wasn't causing him, at least on a 250, any problems. The 600s come out now for their 30-minute practice session. This is really the most nerve-jangling of the final championship fights for glory. The championship is being led, as it has been all year, by Carol Idem-Pawi, but that lead has been whittled away, and he's got just 7 points behind him, none other than Thailand's Nakarin Atirapuvapat. And also in with a shout is Soichiro Minamoto. So it's very finely poised for Supersport 600s, and given how close the racing always is in this category, we're going to see some real drama. So the three most likely championship contenders are the current leader, Carol Idem-Pawi, Nakarin Tirapuvapat and Soichiro Minamoto. Helmi Asman, though, also in with a shout, currently fourth in the championship. And currently fifth, Kito Abe, who's on 125 points compared to the 163 of Superkip, Carol Idem-Pawi. On track there, you can see Helmi Asman for BURIRAM Honda, the number 32. With the Yamaha, the 1XOX TKKR Yamaha of Kito Abe. There he is with the bright yellow helmet. Blasting down, turn 3 to turn 4. Tips into turn 4. And now they get into the more technical flowing part of the circuit. There is championship leader, number 89 for BURIRAM Honda, Carol Idem-Pawi. His last few races have been characterized by one good race, or the last few rounds rather have been characterized by one good race and one not so good result, and that's enabled Nakarin, who's as well as being extremely fast, also extremely consistent. That's enabled Nakarin to close the gap as they come in for this final round. That gap is just 7 points. Soichiro Minamoto also 7 points behind him and Nakarin, both on 156. Nakarin officially second because he has won 2 races. And Minamoto has won 1 at Mandalika. He won race 2. And creating a lot of interest and a lot of drama, as he always does, is the rider on your screen there, Apiwat Wongtananon. A wild card for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing, a masterstroke in my opinion for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing to bring him in alongside Soichiro Minamoto. This is home for the extremely rapid and now extremely experienced Apiwat Wongtananon. We're more used to seeing him on superbikes, but here he is on a Supersport 600, and he was the fastest on combined times in yesterday's free practice. His fastest time was 1:39.243, and it was his teammate Soichiro who was second, just 0.2 adrift, and the next best on combined times was Nakarin Ratapong Willarot, who took his last podium here in this category. This time last year for the final round of 2022 was fourth quickest yesterday. And Kip was down in fifth with the best time of 1:39.8. There'll be a lot of changes as we get through this 30-minute session. We're 6 minutes in now. But it is Soichiro currently sitting at the top with a 1:39.066. As we get into this session, one thing to watch out for is the tyres that these riders are running. There is Galang Hendra, number 99. And there is new rider in. That's Fadila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda. Getting his first chance in this category. There is Soichiro Minamoto, number 22. He's behind Azroy Hakim Anwar. Azroy put the work in yesterday. He was only 6th fastest in the end, but we know what a quality rider he is. Looks like he's letting Soichiro go this time. Soichiro's really making his mark in this series. The leg out means that when he exits this next turn, turn 11, he will peel off into pit lane. There he goes. Back with Karolid and Powie, number 89, comes up to complete another lap. This should be a reasonably quick one for him. Improves slightly, improves by 0.3 indeed. So Karolid and Powie moves up to second behind Soichiro Minamoto. Apiwat currently third with 22 minutes remaining. That's the Yamaha Genblue pit. Some animated gestures there from Soichiro, despite the fact that he's first. So he's going to take a seat. We've seen him over the years as a wild card, always came in and brought excitement. Soichiro Minamoto, most notably perhaps at Suzuka back in 2019. There is his teammate for this round anyway, on the deep blue Yamaha, Apiwat Mongtananon, back from having campaigned in World Supersport during 2023. And that's another Thai Yamaha rider, slightly lighter shade of blue, and that is Ratapong Willarat. Ratapong hasn't had a podium yet this season. He looked promising yesterday, ending up fourth on combined times. There is Apiwat, number 24. Looks like he's on a quick lap this time, depending on what he did in sector 3. And yes, indeed he does. He goes up and he's into the 138.977 for the Thai Yamaha rider. That's quicker than the best timer yesterday, so a good marker put down for Apiwat. He always qualifies well. You may recall his happy knack of putting his Yamaha Superbike on the front row of the grid in just about every round he ever raced in ASB 1000. And there looks very little chance that he won't start at least somewhere on the front row, if not from pole position in this one. I told Daniel last night he was looking forward to winning today. Undoubtedly he is. And he is in there as a spoiler to help his teammate Soichiro haul in the 7-point advantage that championship leader Karolin Powie has over him. So the real job for Apiwat will be to take points away. from Carol Idampawi. Nail-biting stuff, and the introduction of Apiwat has really, literally put the cat amongst the pigeons. Carol Idampawi and Kito Abe take a break. 19 minutes remaining. If we get a look in the pits this time, let's start looking at tyre choices, because this season qualifying rear tyres have been available for Supersport 600 and for ASB 1000. They're easy to spot because they have a green stripe on them. Abe currently on mediums, I notice, which have got no stripe on them. Kip has a look at the timing screens. There he is in third, 0.249 slower than Apiwat. So Soichiro Minamoto just 900ths of a second slower than Apiwat at the top. Here is class rookie Adananta just dipping inside Helmi Asman, and as Helmi run wide. And here on screen for the first time in this session, surprisingly perhaps, is number 41, Nakarin Atirapuvapat. Nakarin also with a 7-point advantage, sitting second in the championship. Nakarin's going to pull in. And there is Apiwat Wongtananon in the pits, looking calm. He will be looking for a double win. Extremely quick rider. Even 12 years ago he was racing superbikes at the tender age of 17. And now very much at the apex of his career, arguably. So a break for Nakarin. He goes into the Honda Racing Thailand pit. In there already is his teammate, Panasorn Kaosonti. Panasorn did a best time yesterday, 140.174. Really needs to be in the low 139s, or mid 139s at least. Would be a good pace. Carol Idampawi craning his neck to look at the timing screen. So at the top it is Apiwat and Soichiro. Kip is third, Ratapong fourth. Out on track, ploughing a lonely furrow for the time being, is Azroy Hakim Anwar for BURIRAM Honda. We saw him yesterday running alone for several stints in free practice. So choosing to find his own way around, although he's finding his way into the pits at the moment. So there he goes. Kito Abe is on an out lap. Saw another rider there. That's Helmi Asman. Came here this time last year with hopes of winning the championship. Those hopes were dashed when Andy Farid Izdihar took a double win to clinch the title. Andy, of course, now in ASB 1000, which we'll be seeing later. Here comes Azroy into the pits. So all three BURIRAM Honda riders together in the pits once again. Great relationship between those guys. But with most of the riders in the pits, that gives us a chance to look at Kito Abe. He took the Supersport 600 All Japan Championship. That was recently concluded this season. And that's no mean feat, given the quality of competition in the All Japan Series. And here he is for the final round of the Asia Road Racing Championship, in with a shout at another title. Quito 5th, 125 points. So that's well, it's within reach, mathematical reach. I'll be joined this afternoon by mathematical genius Des Corkill, who will be able to reel off the mathematical permutations all day long. Here's Quito Abe looking confident on the bike. Took his maiden win earlier this season in Sugo. And looking at his tyre choices, it's definitely a soft rear and a medium front. In the cooler temperatures, the soft rears should work well. And over the 12-lap races that they'll have today and tomorrow, tyre wear shouldn't be too much of an issue. Soichiro back out now. He had a good sector 1, running alone this time. We saw him with Apiwat earlier. So he's getting down to work, and he's got some work to do this weekend too. Lakarin currently down in 8th, Adenanta 9th. Galanghendra 10th. And Fadil, the new rider in for Astra Honda, 11th. Just 1 second covering the top 11. And just under 0.6 of a second covering the top 5. That's Apiwat, Soichiro Minamoto, Carlo Dempaui, Ratapong, Willarot, and Helmi Asman. That is in the 1XOX TKKR pit, Quito Abe's pit, and the East NJT machine is out there for Shannon Inter. Good to see him coming into this championship on the 600. He made good progress in qualifying yesterday. His best time 1:42.3, but it progressed well during the day and will probably progress some more this time around. He's only put 2 laps in, however, this session. So eyes on the tyre warmers when they come off. We'll see whether these bikes will be using the soft qualifying tyres. Last 2 rounds they've chosen not to, finding the normal tyres work well. It's great to have soft, grippy qualifying tyres on the rear, but their grippiness can cause setup problems by pushing you into the corner and making turning more difficult. So not all riders are choosing to use them. There is Nakarin. He looks relaxed, but he's come into this weekend really determined. He really wants this championship. A few weeks ago, he sewed up the Superbike Championship for BRIC, the championship that runs here at Chang International Circuit, 4-round championship. Carlo Dempaui, great season for him, no matter what happens over this weekend. His return to racing was last year, and he struggled a bit with recovering from injury, from fitness. This season, right from the get-go, he was quick, and back in March, he took a win and a second. Nakarin took a second and a win. And those two, 5 rounds later, are fighting for the title. I think I'm right in saying that everybody except Shannon is in the pits now. It's all gone quiet over there. We're looking there just to orientate you from the exit to turn 12 down to turn 1. And if you look at the gantry across the circuit there, you can see the graphics displaying information like, of course, this is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It tells you which session we're in, and it gives you the time. So technology very much in evidence and being made very good use of here. 9 minutes on the clock remaining. Tyre decisions being made for the final push for pole position. That pole position provisionally held now by wildcard rider Apiwat Wongtananon. Helmets and gloves on in the BURIRAM Honda pit. This storied Malaysia team. These three riders are a really good unit together. Even when they fight closely, they do it without, they give excitement without the violence. So, superb quality riders. Dunlop tyre technician there, Sal, looking on. So let's see as they roll out of the garage for their final push in qualifying. We've got a soft rear to Karolin and Powie. Here comes Makarin. He gets on. Let's take a look. He's chosen a soft rear as well and a medium front. Galland goes out, Helmy goes out. So Karolin and Powie, the first of those. Medium front, soft rear seems to be the choice of potential champions. Azroy coming up behind him. Despite the brilliance of Azroy Hakim Anwar, he's had 3 DNFs and some rotten luck this season, so he's not in championship contention. It's Ratapong coming out there. That's Soichiro Minamoto rolling out of pit lane, cameras clicking as he does so. Everybody very aware what's at stake, and nerves really on a knife edge. I've been looking forward to this personally since we finished at Zhuhai a few weeks ago. There he is, contender from Japan, Soichiro Minamoto, number 22 for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team ASEAN. So it's time for outlaps for just about everybody, because everybody was in the pits at that stage. That's Roy building speed on his outlap, still taking time to look around him. Track position will be important, because they don't want to be going so fast that they catch somebody up. But they will also, if they can work together as teammates, be looking for the benefit of slipstream. So there goes Kip to start a flying lap. He's behind Helmy Asman. Hard braking for turn 1, also for turn 3, as we'll see in a moment. And of course for the famous, or perhaps infamous, turn 12. That's it, anchors on, drifting into turn 3 for Karolin and Powie. Big, wide, 180-degree hairpin at turn 3, with all kinds of lines being taken through it. Great spot for overtaking. So there's Karolin and Powie. Based on the first stint in this session, he's on the provisional outside of the front row, behind Apiwat and Soichiro. And it was something of a surprise, I have to say, yesterday. We're not used to seeing Yamahas so prominent at the front in this class, but all the way through. Not only Apiwat and Soichiro, but Ratapong also showed really strongly yesterday. Great to see the Yamahas in contention, especially on a fast circuit like this. There are the two. It's the tie pairing of Nakarin 41 and 15, Panasson Kaoson T. They're coming through. Nakarin hasn't done much yet in this session. He's got 4 minutes remaining. He has to put the hammer down now to get himself a good start and the best possible chance of a win, which is what he needs to be targeting if he's going to reel in Karol Lidenpaui and take the 2023 Supersport 600 Championship. That's ARRC just at the front of that group, taking a wide line. Helmi taking a much narrower line. And Adenanta and Kip going off wide. So we're really looking at just a couple of flying laps left for most of these riders, especially those that ran off wide just then. Soichiro Minamoto. He's gone to the top, ahead of his temporary teammate, Apiwat, 138.703 for Soichiro. So he got his head down early, and it's paying off. You can see the flash of purple, telling us that he is running a soft rear as well. And, oh, here we are. Meanwhile, back in the car park, there's a bunch of Hondas and the Yamaha of Galang Hendra looking for track position. Soichiro again on the move. He's done the fastest sector 1 of this session so far. Apiwat also looking for a decent lap. I don't think he's going to get provisional pole position back yet. No, he doesn't. A respectable sector 2 for Minamoto. So let's see how he does through sector 3. There he goes through turn 10, turn 11. Flies down, anchors on for turn 12. Clock's on him now. Let's see where he stops the clock. Can he improve further? No, he can't. That must have been an error there in sector 2, I guess, for Soichiro. So he runs off. He'll probably have another go at a fast lap. But he is on provisional pole. Best time 138.447, and that is 0.447 ahead of his teammate Apiwat. Ratapong is on a decent lap. Ratapong currently in 5th. ARRC on a decent lap too. Nakarin. No evidence of him making a final push yet. Minamoto has had a lap cancelled for running wide. Here is Nakarin. This is not going to be a fast lap for him, but he does need one now, because the checkered flag will come out while the Honda Racing Thailand rider is on this lap. This is Nakarin's last chance to get himself onto the front row. Front row provisionally occupied now by Soichiro, by Apiwat, and by Karol Lidenpaui. Nakarin provisionally on the 3rd row. That's not where he needs to start in order to challenge for this championship. Soichiro getting out of shape on the brakes there for turn 12. But he still retains pole position provisionally. 138.447. There's a whole load of riders off there, so that will mean they don't get a final qualifying lap. That was a decent first sector for Nakarin. Good second sector for him too. Now he really needs to pull the pin through the third and final sector of this 4.55 kilometer Chang International Circuit. Let's stay with Nakarin as he goes through turn 9. And here he goes, turn 10. And there is Apiwat, also on the move, potentially with a decent lap. Hard on the anchors for Nakarin. And he does improve, but only up to provisional 6th. Apiwat has also finished. Soichiro is on a slowing down lap. So it looks very much like the front row will be Yamaha, Honda, with Ratapong on a Yamaha leading row 2 from Azroy, and Nakarin. Nakarin will start from P6. Soichiro Minamoto, his fellow contender, also sitting 7 points behind championship leader Karol Idampawi. Soichiro will start from pole position for race 1 this afternoon. Great session for Soichiro Minamoto, turning in the most laps as well out of all the riders. What an example, and what a great lap time, 1:38.447 to give him pole position this afternoon. Apiwat, his teammate, his temporary teammate, P2. Karol Idampawi completes the front row. Ratapong Rilrot for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team was 4th. 5th, Azroy Hakim Anwar for BURIRAM Honda. Nakarin for Honda Racing Thailand 6th. Kito Abe, another championship contender, 7th. 8th, Fadila Arbi Aditama. Great debut for Astra Honda. Helmi Asman down in 9th for BURIRAM Honda. Adinanta Putra 10th. Galang Hendra 11th. Panasonic Kauson T for Honda Racing Thailand will start 12th. And there was no time recorded in that session for East NJT's Shannon Inter. So let's take a quick breather and I'll have a look at the highlights. So let's take a look at the highlights, and it was Apiwat Wongthananon who made a very fast early start, making his presence felt as he always does, the Thai Yamaha rider. He had behind him at that point Galang Hendra. Galang would fade a little bit during that session, but Apiwat made a very strong early impression. Karol Idampawi also had a good session all the way through, kept himself in contention. No dramas for the Malaysian championship leader, but good work from him all the way through. Soichiro Minamoto set a good example for all the others, including his fellow Japanese rider on your screen here, Kito Abe, number 51 for 1XOX TKKR. But Soichiro really put the work in. He was fast, he showed good pace, and he's looking like the biggest threat to Karol Idampawi. It was a quiet session for Nakarin right until the end. He put in a push, but it was too little too late to lift him to the front row. Being tracked there by his teammate, Panasonic Kauson T. Did make a push on the final lap, but he was coming from just a bit too far back to make an impression on the front row. Unlike this rider, sitting on equal points in the championship, Soichiro Minamoto leapfrogged Apiwat Wongthananon for provisional pole and would hang on to it. As he pulled off to complete his session, this was Nakarin making his final push, making all sorts of shapes under braking into turn 12. but he would end up starting from 6th. Soichiro Minamoto is the challenger, who will start from pole position in race 1 this afternoon. So we're going to go to Daniel, who should be with Soichiro Minamoto.
Soichiro, that was exactly what the doctor ordered. You and Appy went first and second, so that was a great time in qualifying, and looks like the momentum is going really well in your pace. How do you feel about it?
Yes, yesterday feeling very good, and today also much better bike. And my team is so hardworking for me, because this round we tried to championship, because everybody say hardworking for me. Then how to say, me also so motivating, so very high, and pushing every lap hard. So this is result, I think so. But this is qualify, not race. Most important is race. So because we continue to working for the afternoon race.
Thank you so much, Soichiro. Good luck for the race later.
Welcome back everyone to Chang International Circuit. We are getting into the later stages of qualifying here for the final round, the 6th and final round of the 2023 IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And Underbone fans will be familiar with this site, and if you're not familiar, this is a Super Pole shootout for the first 10 places on the grid. We used to do this for the fastest 15, now it's the fastest 10 because we've changed the qualifying format. So the fastest 10 riders from qualifying 2 session this morning will fight for grid positions in this one, and they go out in reverse order. So the 10th fastest is the first rider out, and the fastest rider is the last rider out for Super Pole. They get one flying lap, sorry, one out lap, one flying lap, one slowing down lap. And the first 5 riders out were Nazrul Izzat Bahadin, who was the 10th fastest this morning, and of course the championship leader by a yawning 44 points. He's coming around to complete his out lap. So now it's time for Nazrul to pull the pin and see what he can do to optimize his grid position for this afternoon. The next rider through will be Team One for All's Pascon San Luang. And they'll be followed by none other than Afif Anran, Akid Aziz, and Pirapong Lubin Peng. There is Pascon, Team One for All. He's on his quick lap as well. Welcome back, Daniel. Are you ready to nerd out for Super Pole? I know.
Yeah, this is probably the most nerdy session that we'll get.
Absolutely, but we love it. And Afif Amran also now on his Super Pole lap, and this is of course designed to isolate the performance of the machine and the rider. And there's Akid Aziz that we are looking at there, number 13 on that very distinctive blue Cardinals machine. There is the very familiar sight of championship leader number 87, Nazrul Izzat Bahudin. He's pushing now. He's in the final part of his lap.
Good second to time coming from Akid, but we expect that from him. He's been absolutely on form, and he's someone who can ride without a slipstream and still do a very fast lap.
Yeah, he's such a quality rider, Akid. I was so happy when he came back into this championship. And my goodness, we saw what he could do in Zhuhai a few weeks ago. But here comes Nazrul. Stamps down the gears for turn 12. Then it's just a very short run to the line, which makes the finishes so exciting. His time, he clocks in at 2 minutes 4 seconds, 0.766. So that's the target, guys. As Gupita Krishna takes a look and ponders. Here comes Pascorn to complete his lap. They go off at 20-second intervals. Pascorn comes in at 2:05.567. And Akid Aziz, Daniel, yes, he's best sector 1 and sector 2.
This is going to be a 2:03 for Akid, maybe a 2:02 if he does something amazing in the sector 3.
Yeah, Afif just pushes Pascorn down. Afif provisionally second, but here comes, let's watch what Akid does. We've got
2:03.141 from Akid Aziz. That's going to be hard to beat.
It's going to be really hard to beat. That's a 1.6 second advantage on this first group so far. Here comes Pirapong Lubin Peng. He's not going to beat the time of Akira Ziz, but let's see what he can do. Yeah, he moves into second with a 2:04.2, but that's still an advantage of over a second for Akira Ziz.
He's on unbelievable form. You can't find a fault in his riding, and there really was no fault in the last run as well. It was just an unfortunate technical error with the bike. He is just brilliant and absolutely on form.
Yeah, as fellow Superpole nerds will know, the bikes go out in groups of 5, and we've just seen the first 5 complete their flying lap, so they're slowing down now. And the next 5 will get ready. The last 2 riders to go out will be the 2 riders in green that we just glimpsed there. Fisa Rofa and Shafiq Rasool. Great form all weekend through free practice yesterday and qualifying this morning. And they won a race apiece in March here at Chang International.
Yeah, the pairing that they have there in the 1XOX garage is really, really good. And I would say right now the pressure will be very much on Nazirul's shoulders. The 2 1XOX riders are absolutely rapid, and you can bet that Hafiza will be helping Shafiq to an extent. And the problem for Nazirul, I mean, then again, I would say qualifying anywhere within the top 10 is fine, because it's underbone racing in a big circuit. The slipstream will pull everyone together, but it's just a matter of not. It's just a question whether if Nazirul can stick with the group, or does he think too much and lose touch with the top 15.
Yeah, his job is just to stay in the front group and stay out of trouble, which is very easy to say.
This underbone racing is absolutely brutal when it is, and he's gonna have to look out.
Yeah, and there it goes, Shafiq. Yeah, all he can do is try and win. So less pressure, and really looking at the numbers, not too much expectation on him.
I guess the best takeaway for Shafiq is that no matter how it goes, it's been an absolutely brilliant season for him, and we expect big things from him if he joins us again next year.
Yep, hopefully he will. So 5th fastest this morning was Wayuaji Trilaksana, which means he will be the first of this group of 5 to come out on track. So he's begun his out lap. The outgoing champion, 2022 champion, Wayuaji, switched to running his own team, Race Tech 60. I think he's, in terms of bike preparation and the way he runs his team, it looks good. He's just been dogged by some bad luck this season.
Yeah, that tends to happen sometimes in a career. You just, you have everything it takes, but unfortunately sometimes things just get in the way, and yeah, it just makes life harder.
Yeah, let's remember when he did win that championship last year, he was riding for this team, 1XOX TKKR. So they do know how to put an underbone campaign together.
Here's the man in question right now, Shafiq Rasool. Can he fight for the title until race 2? It all depends on where Nazirul finishes and how high up the order Shafiq can finish. We know they can really string in the last lap well. Both of them having won races here in BURIRAM.
Yeah, they have the rider with the worst record out of this out of the contenders here, or at least of the fastest runners, is Nazirul. I wouldn't personally read too much into that. It's just a stat.
Yeah.
But this is such a crucial weekend, and we did see Nazirul stiffen a little bit, I think, in Zhuhai. He's starting to think more about the championship than the final burst for the checkered flag. Now there is Wayuaji Trilaksana top quality rider, 2 times underbone champion, begins his super pole lap. Murabil Vitoni there, number 157 for LFNH Putra. Another super quick up-and-coming rider. Another double champion there. Gupita Krishna on the number 23 with the orange helmet. He pulls the pin too, and they go at 20-second gaps. Got some distinguished visitors coming into the commentary box this morning. Mentioning no names right at this moment.
Now just looking at the sector times, it's a decent one already from Wahyu Aji. Looking for the second sector, but this first sector looking to put Wahyu Aji in a great position on the grid. For Shafiq, it's decent.
Yeah, we know the quality of Wahyu Aji. Doesn't need people around him to show him the way, that's for sure. That wasn't the fastest first sector for Shafiq, but Fisarova, could he do it again?
This is exactly what OneXOX wants. Both the riders performing well. Shafiq, unfortunately, in the first sector, not doing the best, but we know his pace, and it's in sector 2. There we go. He's just responded. Wahyu Aji comes across, goes up into second. A good time from him, 2:03.7, but still 0.6 away from Akid in first.
Yeah, and here comes Murabil to complete his super pole lap, and he goes up into third. So positions changing, except Akid still retains a 0.6 advantage at the top. More quality across the line here with Gupita Krishna.
Hafiz a bit further back. He's on course to do a 2:02. So here he comes now through the last sensor. It is Shafiq first. Shafiq on a decent lap. There should be a 2:03 perhaps from him. Comes across 2:03.6. Shafiq goes into provisional second. But here comes Hafiz Arofa now.
Yeah, unless he's made a mistake. Pole position is going to go to the rider on your screen now. Fisarova smoothly into turn 12. Short burst to the line, and he stops the clock at 2:02.269. Good mathematics by Daniel, I have to say. So Fisarova will start from pole position this afternoon. Next to him, after another magnificent lap, another magnificent performance all weekend, Akid Aziz and Shafiq Rasool will start from the outside of the front row. There. Fisarova gets his time to breathe as we look at the wind creating a few waves on the pond there. There it is, confirmation, 2:02.269 gives Fisarova pole position for race 1 this afternoon. Akid Aziz for Cardinals Factory Racing will start second. Third, Shafiq Rasool, championship contender. Wahyu Aji Trilixana, the outgoing champion, will start from fourth. Fifth, Murabil Vitoni. Sixth, Pirapong Louis Boonpeng. Seventh, Nazrul Izzat, championship leader. And eighth, Gupita Krishna. Starting from ninth will be Cardinals Factory Racing, Ahmad Afif Amran. And Pascal Sanloang will start 10th for Team One for All. 2 Team One for All machines in the top 10. Good job from them. Great job from OneXOX TKKR. Let's just have another look at that for the highlights of that. Just some very, very light clouds here on a cool and breezy Chang International circuit. And it was Afif Amran who was third out of the gate this morning. for this Super Pole competition. Nazarol was in fact the first rider out because he qualified 10th in this morning's earlier session. He did a very decent job getting around this Chang International Circuit, kept himself out of trouble. And of course, because he was the first rider out, he held provisional pole for a few minutes anyway. So that was his fastest lap done. 2:04.766. Gupta Krishna looked on, thinking, I think I can beat that. But it was Akid Aziz who did a perfect lap to record 2:03.141 and go 1.6 seconds ahead at that point. Here comes Team One for All's Pirapong Louis Boon Peng. He recorded a 2:04.2, which would put him on row 2. And then the final group of 5 came out. Wayu Aji qualified 5th this morning, so he was the first out of this second group. He kept his nose clean and put a very decent lap in as well. He crossed the line and went up to second at that point behind Akid Aziz. But then here came Shafiq Rasol. Shafiq recording, moving into third, and then here came Hafisa Rofa. We knew it was going to be quick because he had the fastest sector times through sectors 1 and 2, and as Daniel predicted, he did a 2:02 with an extra 2.69 to start from pole, to claim pole, which is where he will start this afternoon in race 1. Let's go to Daniel, who is with Hafisa Rofa.
So Hafiza, everything going to plan in the morning sessions. You're starting from pole for the race with your teammate in 3rd place. So how do you feel about this this Saturday going in?
Super happy. 3rd time pole position on this track. I think Buriram, I have some luck here, and good job to my team, to my crew. And this is not over. We still got 2 more races for today and tomorrow. And will we keep finding what we can improve, and wish me luck.
Thank you so much, Hafiza. Congratulations. We're down here at the 1XOX BMW garage with Azan Shah. So Azan, the fight for 2nd place in the championship is still there, and the team is and yourself are looking very strong. How do you feel going into this weekend?
Yeah, quite nervous also, Daniel, but I know I have a chance to finish 2nd overall, but I can see still Zakwan and Andy also strong here. Anyway, I just want to enjoy the race and try to finish on the podium both races.
So okay, the next one we want to ask you, we've asked Zakwan this, how do you feel about the JDT racing team rumored to be coming into ARRC next season?
I think it was good because you know, we need more team like that coming to the championship to have a very good fight in the race, you know. And also Hafiz Sharim is a big name, and yeah, I want to see and to have fight with him again.
Can't wait to say, we hope to see it.
Yeah.
So, good luck for the qualifying coming up.
Thank you.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk.
You're in your home ground. How do you feel going into this race weekend?
Yeah, I feel very exciting today, and I think today have many rider coming fast, but also I try to stay in the front group and try my best because Yamaha very fast today.
We saw like as well, Api Wat, he was really quick since he joined yesterday. So do you feel that it's going to be more challenging for the races?
Yeah, of course he very strong here, but I will focus on my good point.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race weekend. We're down here at the 1xy's garage with Kito Abe. So Kito, you're still in the fight for the championship, but it was a bit difficult yesterday, and in qualifying you're 7th. So how do you feel it is going into this race weekend?
Yes, this race yesterday and qualify, yeah, better bike setting, but yeah, in the race I try to push and do my best. That's all.
We can't wait to see it. Good luck, Kito.
Thank you.
We are back at Chang International Circuit. It's Saturday morning, it's late Saturday morning, and this is the final qualifying session of this final round of the 2023 IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the qualifying session for the ASB 1000. The big bikes, the heavy metal coming onto track now. The number 11 bike you can see coming out there is that of ridden by Chang Chi-ying, who's a rider working for ARRC, who are testing some equipment today. He came out rather neatly next to Zakwan Zaidi, carrying the number 1 plate for the last time this season, as his championship has already gone the way of Markus Reiterberger, who clinched it in Zhuhai. Zakwan sits second in the standings, but more of that later. Here on your screen is a newcomer to ARRC. That is Yuki Kuni for SDG Hark Pro. It's good to see SDG back after the tragic loss of Haruki Noguchi in round 4 in Mandalika. But we are pleased to see SDG coming back in the paddock. And Yuki Kuni, the 22-year-old Japanese rider, who's got a distinguished record in Red Bull Rookies and in Moto 3, and took a very mature approach to his first time riding a superbike at Chang International yesterday. Got his iron with some really good pace in the first free practice session, and then just turned up the wick in each successive session. And in the end, finished 5th fastest. Now on your screen is another rider who had a good session yesterday. He improved throughout the day, Lachlan Epis for Evolution Sports. This team's been with us all season and have confirmed that they will be joining ASB 1000 again next year, which is good, because it has taken a while to get the setup right. Running BMW on Dunlops, the Australian is who has previously raced in the ASB UK Championship, where they use a different tyre manufacturer, which makes a big difference to how you set a bike up. But he's benefiting from some data sharing from other BMWs in the paddock, notably those of Aslan and Markus Reiterberger, the new champion. Lachlan put in a best time yesterday of 1:36.8. Here comes Yuki Kuni. Early showing at the top, but we are only 10% into this 40-minute session. 36 minutes remaining. Yuki Kuni, one of the first riders out, and really getting his iron early in the session. There's Jack Rapat, just perhaps holding up a little bit there. Markus Reiterberger. Jack Rapat riding the immaculately prepared East NJT on the CBR, with several R's after that to designate its magnificence. Oh, and there's a rider down. That is Lachlan Epis. Early tumble for the young Australian. That's unfortunate. He's able to run through the gravel trap, so no big harm done. Markus Reiterberger looking around to see what happened, but it looks like a fast. His leathers are tattered and torn. Looks like that was probably a pretty quick crash. 2023 champion makes his way meanwhile. Just finding his way around. Markus Reiterberger. Zakwan Zaidi, meanwhile, is getting his iron. Very good sector 2. His teammate Andy Farid has just bettered that. So those two Hondas running somewhere close together. Zakwan completes another lap. And that's his fastest, as indeed it should be, just 6 minutes into this session. Currently, Astimo's replacement rider for Pasawit Titiwararan, Kosuke Sakamoto, is second. Though these positions are going to change pretty much every time these bikes come around for the next few minutes. And for it just clocked 136.7. Times to look out for are riders breaking into the 135. The best time recorded yesterday was by the champion Markus Reiterberger, 135.64. And last time here at Buriram, the pole position was taken by Zakwan Zaidi, who recorded a 134.84. So we didn't get anywhere close to that in free practice yesterday. However, the 600s bettered their times considerably on the March outing. So the track conditions may be beneficial, the cooler track conditions may be beneficial for the bigger engine bikes. There is Kosuke Sakamoto being hounded there by Aslan Shah, that familiar style, the bike squirming under braking. And he spends a long time with the front wheel in the air there, so that's caused him to drop back a little bit, and he's got his braking wrong at turn 1. So he just needs to reset. Aslan has a look around, comes out of pit lane. He was the second fastest rider yesterday. And we know he goes well at Buriram. And we know that he's been going well this season, Aslan Shah. Hasn't reached the top step of the podium yet. And I do think from just observing the way he's moving around and carrying himself that Aslan would very much like to finish the season with a win. Yuki Kuni, meanwhile, best time in these early stages of this session, 136.2, which is half a second quicker than his best time yesterday. So the young Japanese for SDG continuing to make progress, continuing to improve his lap times. Everything appears to be going to plan in the SDG garage. Zakwan Zaidi comes up to complete another lap. This won't be a particularly quick one, I don't think. We've got the sight that we got used to seeing on the timing screens yesterday of BMWs in 1 and 2. They switched the order a few times, but at the moment, it's Markus Reiterberger on a 135.776, who has provisional pole. His teammate, less than 2/10 behind him, Aslan. The final session yesterday, when the fastest times were set, we just saw Markus start to pull away a little bit, just a few hundredths here, a few hundredths there, and ended up with a gap of 3/10 ahead of his Malaysian teammate. So he tends to go to the top and then just go a little bit faster and a little bit faster again, just to break the spirit of those who would chase him. Well, nobody can chase him for the championship this year, but it is fairly close for second. Aslan is one of those riders in contention. Reiterberger just flicks past the apex to turn 2, gets on the brakes for turn 3. Andy Farid looking around. It looked like he was on a good lap, but it seems to have eased off now. Yuki Ito down in 9th. And race 1 winner from last December in his rookie year, Daniel Kazmayuddin, down in 6th currently. And he was 8th on combined practice times yesterday. So the brilliant young Malaysian still not gelling quite with the Gen Blue Racing Yamaha R1. He's coming back into the pits as we speak. Andy Farid has just moved himself into P2. Himself within 2/10 of Reiterberger. As Aslan gets his head down again. I've seen him scraping his elbow a few times yesterday, and he just did it again. So he appeared to, yeah, he's backed off for this lap. Riding with the manner of a man who's intending to come back into pit lane. Pit lane here at Chang International is on the exit to the penultimate turn, turn 11. So you just run wide at the exit, as Aslan just did, and in he comes. Last time we were here, the BMWs really struggled. Struggled with braking, turning in. Now down in the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa bit. Zakwan debriefs. And there is Kazma's teammate, Yuki Ito. Also cruising. So with 13 minutes gone in this session, most of the riders are in the pits. Andy Farid might be on an out lap. There's Markus Reiterberger. First one out. Sit there with Kazma in the pits. Currently 6th, capable of much more, as we know. But hasn't got on with the latest version of the Yamaha R1. They're currently 3rd in the timings. It's the unmistakable figure of Aslan Shah. Mops his brow after a 3-lap stint. As you often see with the more experienced riders, economy of effort characterizes Aslan Shah's approach to racing. He knows, he just turns on the effort when he knows he needs to, so he's put in an early fast time, 1:35.9. As we just look at the newcomer for SDG Hart Pro, Yuki Kuni, started this session really well, 0.6 off the best time of session leader Markus Reiterberger. So he goes out for another stint. Quick stretch, and away he goes. As we often see in that SDG Hart Pro pit, there is an air of calmness which contrasts sharply with the speed that we see of their bikes and the determination of their riders on track. So Yuki Kuni, a very welcome newcomer to ASB 1000. So as I was saying earlier, target times really around 1:35 for a good grid position. As we look at Andy Farid, currently second, 0.216 behind Marcus Reiterberger's best time. Last time he was here in December, it was to clinch the Supersport 600 Championship, which he did in style by winning both races. And a few months later, he came in really fast and was unlucky not to get 2 podium finishes in his ASB 1000 debut in March this year. Real super rookie, Andy Farid. Earlier this year, Aslan got a P2 and the fastest lap in race 1 and a P3 in race 2. That's Kosuke Sakamoto setting off for another stint. Check the tyres, but the soft rear seems to be a choice. Although yesterday afternoon we did see quite a few of them running mediums. As Kuni tips in, he's running medium front, medium rear. This is a long session, so quite a bit of it is rehearsal for the race. So he blasts past turn 2, gets on the brakes for turn 3. Now we haven't seen a few of the riders we haven't seen too much of yet, include Yu Zhou, who's recovering from a painful foot injury he sustained in a crash at Zhuhai at the beginning of November. And Salma Murray, who is yet to put in an appearance in this session. We have seen Chang Chi Ying went out early, but has not recorded a serious time yet. He looked quite promising yesterday, actually. And here is Yuki Kuni, I suspect is going to turn out to be one of the hardest working riders in this session. He's equal with 8 laps, equal with Andy Faridis-Deha as the hardest working rider. But he's doing exactly what he should be doing at this stage. He's improved his time by half a second from free practice yesterday. As Daniel Bogers rejoins me here in the air-conditioned luxury of the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks to the wind, it's not that hot out there though, so it's pretty good. But you're talking about the hardest working riders. I mean, look at Yuki Kuni. He's just joined this and he's already just 0.6 away from Marcus Reiterberger in time. So it's really a great debut for Yuki Kuni. I'm excited to see how he progresses.
Yeah, he had a small tumble yesterday at turn 12, I think. But apart from that, it's been an immaculate first couple of days. So they clearly had a plan and they're following it and executing it really well. I really can't wait to see the race this afternoon and see how he's going to do. Yeah, just to see how it shakes out, because this wasn't the best outing for Marcus earlier this year, and he hasn't gapped the rest of the field like he has done at certain other races this year. So another lap for Yuki Kuni. Let's take a look at his pace. He's comfortable in the mid-136s now.
I'm excited to see Yuki Kuni in the race situation, because I don't think anyone has done more track mileage this weekend than Yuki Kuni, so he will understand the conditions the best. And in terms of setup, I think he will have definitely one of the best if the team manage to cater to him well, which we know they can.
Yeah, exactly. Kazma Daniel looking for 10th here and 10th there. Zakwan Zaidi always looking to improve. Despite the fact he's sitting second in the championship, he hasn't let go of the title willingly. That's for sure. The Malaysian giving everything every time he gets on the bike. But Marcus Reiterberger was unstoppable this year.
Yeah, he's just fantastic. The feeling he has on the bike is second to none. And already he's gone up into the 135.0, so I'm curious to know whether Marcus has the qualifying tires on. You saw them mostly running mediums for the rear.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody run qualifiers in the Supersport. So let's see. It sounds good to have a lot more grip at the rear, but if it pushes the front too hard, then it doesn't really help.
Yeah, we've seen Helmi Osman in the past, earlier this season. He was faster with the medium rear than the qualifying rear.
Right, that was notable at Mandalika, yeah.
Then again, conditions very different in Buriram, temperature-wise as well. It's very different, so it's a different story. We'll see shortly whether or not people will put on the qualifiers and whether that will make a big difference.
Yeah, just getting into shot there was, there he is, Osama Murray. Getting amongst it. His first visit here, so he's looking for some experienced riders to get some ideas from.
Yuki Kuni still out on track, 11 laps he's done.
Style is really smooth, isn't it?
It is. I think it suits the Honda very well. So you know the Hondas, in the past they've had a bit of a stiffer chassis, but it's very stable. So for a smooth rider, it works perfectly, and I think Yuki Kuni has found that formula very well.
Looks like he's going to take a rare break. He comes into pit lane. But a good early stint from him. 11 laps. And shout for East End JT's Jackrit. He's also done 11 laps.
This is Marcus Reiterberger, and that is the qualifying rear compound that he's got on. So I think he's at the end of his session because he's already done a fast lap and done another 35.1. So that's 2 fast laps. That should be the end of the life of that qualifying rear. Unless Marcus is going to try for a 3rd quick lap, which will be quite amazing, but I think he slowed down.
Yeah, that's it. Don't not say the tyres could be good for 3 flying laps, but 2's probably enough. And in terms of what he wants to achieve here, that's a 1:35 dead. It's not quite on par with Zakwan's pole time from March, but conditions were different then.
There's a lot more wind coming into play, and I wonder aerodynamically with those winglets how much that disturbs the BMW, because those are massive front fins that they have.
Yeah, true. So there's a face we can get to know hopefully in the future in ARRC, but there he is, Yuki Kuni.
He seems very composed every time we talk to him. He's very calm.
Yeah, Andy Frid having another busy and rapid session. Provisionally second, and he's just put in the fastest sector 1 time.
Yeah, Andy's showing up. I think he's going to really give it his best to get at least 1 good race victory in his debut season.
Yeah, and he's so as you can So easy to spot, the bright green rear qualifier.
But looks of it, Andy Furry might
Yeah,
be able to.
sector 2, fastest as well.
It looks like Marcus Reitzenberger will have a new challenger for qualifying, and it's going to be Andy Farad who will be the first to do it.
Yeah, if Marcus wants to beat that, he's going to have to put on a different tyre combination.
For Andy Farad now into the last turn. It's looking a good lap, should be within the 134s.
Yeah, he looked pretty clean through the final sector.
134.971 for Andy Farid, the first rider into the 134s this weekend.
Yeah, it's very close to Zakwan's time, so Andy Farid making optimum use of that qualifying tyre. So, great work from the Indonesian rookie. That doesn't sound like a fair description of him, does it? He's really so accomplished on a superbike after such a short time.
His adjustment period was really quick, and yeah, that just shows up what a quality rider he is. Here's Azan Shah on an improving lap. Shouldn't be a threat to Marcus's second currently. And he comes across 135.3, so he does improve. He should be able to push for one more flying lap.
Zakwan is about 0.4 of a second off his best time from March, which doesn't look like a bad benchmark now that Andy's clocked at 134.9. And for the second time this session. And the body language is exactly the same the last time he did that at turn 1.
Proper frustration, but that's understandable, especially with the qualifying compounds. You only get about 2 at a push, 3 fast laps, and oh, there it is, just on the brakes again. Again, I wonder if that's wind coming into play, because that will be tailwind for them going into turn 1. So is that affecting how an aggressive braker like Aslan brakes?
Yeah, well, let's see what if he's got enough life left in the tyres for another flyer, but he's still looking mad with himself, isn't he?
Yeah, he knows he can do better. He's been strong all weekend, so he would love to try and challenge for pole, but I think on the qualifying compound at least that's time up for Aslan. Unless he suddenly decides to try one more at least.
Yeah, Aslan has always got a good, always wears a good racing suit, doesn't he? So he will start on the, it's fair to predict he will start from, at the very worst, the second row.
As of right now, the front 3 look quite clear of the rest. Then again, we still have yet to see them, the rest of the grid, slap on the qualifying tyres.
Yeah, Zakwan in the pit, Yuki Kuni in the pit. Yeah, actually everybody.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Yuki Kuni does on the qualifying compounds. Maybe that just gives him that little bit of, that's so frustrated, but yeah, maybe the qualifying compound will give Yuki Kuni just a little bit more confidence, and might see even better from him.
Yeah, the fact he's so annoyed shows how determined he is to get a result this weekend. So, a little reset for Aslan. He's got time for another stint. Perhaps with some race setup or another push for a good lap time. So Tioyu Joe on his Savitar machine.
Yeah, it's quite lonely out on track currently. Just Tioyu Joe, Lachlan Epis as well, he's out on track. Lachlan hasn't set a lap time, well, fast lap time yet. The only lap time he set was a 138.7, which we know is far from what the young Australian's capable of.
Yeah, there is Zakwan looking for where he's going to get that second from that he really needs to get himself on the front row. The qualifier might do it. You should get a second from a qualifying tyre if you work it right.
Yeah, we know the guys at Showa, they set up Zakwan's bike quite well suspension-wise, so I think they will have slight changes for the qualifying compound. We should see a decent lap time from Zakwan soon. For now, the only riders out on track, Lachlan Nepis and Jacket Swangswat, who we just saw coming out.
Yeah, good to see Lachlan out after that early crash. So, yeah, he would have been frustrated at that setback in qualifying, Lachlan. Made good progress yesterday on the Evolution Sports BMW. So Marcus is ready. We know that he's done his qualifier, so let's see what his strategy is now. Is it race rehearsal, or is he going to try and improve his time?
So now just over 8 minutes left in the session. Currently leading the charge in qualifying is Andy Fred. Here's Yuki Kuni now. This is his, I'm not sure if it's his out lap or his flying lap, but he looks quite determined to get on with it.
Yeah, as he did. I think he was the first rider out on track. So just waiting impatiently at pit exit.
Here's Marcus Reiterberger, so he'll be running, but it looks a bit hard medium. So this looks to be the race compound that will be of choice for the BMWs. As Yuki Kuni coming across. I think, yeah, this is the outlap from Yuki Kuni, so he's wasting no time. He's getting heat right into the tires, so he can push for those magical 2 laps.
Yeah, well, I guess the STG know how to set up the bike for the rear qualifier. It is yet another thing the young Japanese has got to master this weekend. He's been equal to all the challenges so far.
He's been really, really good. Here he comes now to begin. Whoa, wild again on the exit. It seems that that's just how he likes to ride it. I think he doesn't like too much of really control interfering.
Yeah, perhaps a bit of an old school attitude from the young Japanese.
That's what we like to see. Proper rider control.
Yeah. Electronics, it's all in the right wrist, mate.
Here's Yuki Kuni now, comes around turn 3, looking for sector 1 time. It's an okay sector 1 time from Yuki Kuni, but it's not the fastest. The fastest would be within almost dropping down into the 19s. For now, Yuki Kuni 20.3.
Yeah, this is quite a job he's got to run the qualifier as well. Lachlan, I don't know. Is he going to make it? We've got 5.5 minutes left in this qualifying session. Andy Farid, who made absolutely optimum use of his qualifying tyre to become the only rider into the 134s with a 134.971. Marcus Reiterberger, 88 hundredths of a second behind him. And then Aslan Shah. And then there's a bump of 0.9 back to Zakwan, and we wait to see Zakwan. Zakwan is out on track, I think.
Yuki Kuni just came across a 135.977, and that was in a bit of a scrappy lap. He got a good sector 3 in, so let's see if Yuki Kuni can get into that front row. It's not too far,
yeah.
And with the qualifying compound, anything's possible.
Yeah, that's it. Sector 1 was good. There he is, Zakwan Zaidi with his qualifier on. see the rumble strips really do rumble from that shot.
It's a track where you really want to just stay on the optimum line at all times. You really have to flow through it quite a high pace. So it's all about calculation. It's all about understanding where you set your markers around the track. With that being said, Yuki Kuni improving through Sector 1, a decent Sector 2 from him as well.
So now Zakwan's got a job to do. He started from pole back in March at Chang International Circuit.
Not the desired lap from Zakwan. It's a 136.4. That's slower than yours on normal compounds. Yuki Kuni comes across, improves his lap time, 135.8.
Yeah. Provisionally starting from P4. Zakwan needs to do it. Sorry, Daniel. Zakwan needs to get his time in on this lap.
Zakwan's running out of tire. He needs to really make this stick.
See what Andy Farid is doing. I know he's on mediums. Is he? Yeah.
Just over 2.5 minutes left. Marcus is out on normal compounds. Yuki Kuni is still out on the qualifiers, but I think he's done. Kosuke!
Kosuke down again. That's the second time we've seen Kosuke Sakamoto in the gravel this weekend. He's currently P7. That will be his qualifying session done for sure, with just 2 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, business-like, Andy Farid is going for it. Zakwan's coming up to complete a lap, and he does improve. He's got a 135 to put himself second, and that's likely to be how they start.
This is interesting. We haven't seen the two Hondas first and second this season. This is very impressive for qualifying.
Yeah, and looking at the sector times, they've just gone off the screen, but I noticed that Zakwan's Sector 3 time was the fastest, and that's important because that rundown through the second sector and the sprint down to turn 12, that's where you can win races.
Yeah, in a championship where it was so dominated by BMW, and at a track where the last turn will be the crucial factor. Zakwan to get the fastest sector time there is absolutely perfect for him. So whatever the Hondas are doing, it's really working for them well.
Well, they certainly know how to set up the suspension for qualifiers. So, Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa, that partnership certainly seems to be working. Here comes Yuki Ito on qualifiers, 36.931. It's Yuki down in 9th. His teammate Kazma lying 6th currently. And tick-tock, time is counting down. Looks like Zakwan went for the scenic route in Sector 2. It's given 51 seconds to get through Sector 2, so he's well and truly done. Marcus Reiterberger is just going to get past the checkered flag, I think. Yeah, Oidley. No, I don't think he did.
Yeah, I think he's made it up for another lap, so
I'm not sure if he did or not. That was so tight.
Looking at the lap timer, it looks like, yeah, he made it just across, so
I don't think it'll make a difference, but
yeah. Definitely not improving, and definitely not knocking Andy Farid off provisional pole, because this has been an amazing session from the rookie Indonesian.
Yeah, it definitely has. He's really put the work in, and looked like a real. It's just so accomplished. You saw Zakwan working really hard to get his time. It seemed to come a little bit easier to Andy Farid in this qualifying session. So, next thing that Daniel needs to do is to catch the young Indonesian when he gets off his bike and get us to spill all his secrets about how he did that. And again, in terms of work rate, plenty of work put in from Andy Farid, 11 laps, 14 by Zakwan, so he was working hard too. Yuki Kuni we've also talked about. He gets the Busy Bee badge for this session because he completed 15 laps. So that's Marcus done. Takes the checkered flag. So this is the slowing down lap for everybody else. See evidence of wind from the shaking around we've got on the camera. But that's a beautiful shot where they zoom in as the riders come through. So I think Zakwan can be happy with that. He had to work hard during that session, but he ended up second. He'll start from the middle of the front row this afternoon. And let's just confirm that it was a 1:34.971 that earned Andy Farid his Dihar pole position for race 1 this afternoon. Zakwan Zaidi, his Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa teammate, was second fastest. Third fastest, Marcus Reiterberger, the 2023 champion for 1XOX BMW TKKR. His teammate Aslan Shah, fourth. Fifth, Yuki Kuni, great session from him. Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin, race 1 winner last year in December for Yamaha Gen Blue. 6th, 7th, Kosuke Sakamoto, who had another crash in that session. And 8th, Jakrit Swangsawat for East NJT Racing Team. 9th was Yamaha Gen Blue's Yuki Ito. Osama Murray was 10th for Victor Racing MLT. Chang Chi-ying for A Racer did a 1:41.386, which is good enough for 11th. And the recovering Teo Yu Zhou for Savitar Team Asia on his BMW was 16th. Lachlan Epis had an early crash. Unfortunately for him, recorded no time. So let's just take a look at what happened while Andy Farid gets into pit lane to cool down. So here are the highlights, and early out of the gate was Yuki Kuni for SDG Hark Pro, the 20-year-old Japanese, really putting the work in, and there was that early crash I just mentioned for Lachlan Epis. Aslan Shah again showed strongly in the session, made 2 mistakes in the session. Unfortunately, one of them was on qualifying tyres, which meant he ended up further down the order than he would have liked. But fast, aggressive, forcing the front wheel down. But it was Marcus Reiterberger who soon went to the top, as widely expected. So the German getting a good lap in early. And it was Zakwan showing well, Reiterberger showing well, Aslan showing well, and also the newcomer, Yuki Kuni. There was a stop, a debrief, and some experimentation with the tyres. There is Andy Farid Dihar running that distinctive qualifying tyre on the rear, and my goodness, he made the best of it, because he turned out to be the only rider to get into the 1:34s and therefore put a time in, still with 13 minutes remaining, that bagged him pole position. So the strategy there from Andy was good. Get the pole position, the fastest time early, and then do some race prep. Yuki Kuni, great all the way through the session, completed 15 laps. His work rate has been phenomenal, his progress has been phenomenal this weekend. And we're looking forward to seeing him in the race this afternoon. But as the closing stages came, the pole sitter from March back in round 1 had his qualifying time on and made his push. That was good enough to bring him up to second, and there was that crash for Kosuke Sakamoto late in the session. Andy Farid spent the rest of the session with race setup, running a hard rear and a hard front and a medium rear. And there goes Marcus Reiterberger, who will start from third. But it's pole position for Andy Farid Izdihar, who's down in pit lane talking with Daniel.
So Andy Farid, it has been coming for you for a long time. You have been such an impressive rookie in the 1000s class, and now you're on pole position for qualifying and the race later on. How does it feel so far to make this progress?
Honestly, I was also surprised to make this lap time because yesterday I never go in the top 3. I was a little bit struggling yesterday when start the practice, but yeah, this morning I just we try some new setting for this morning, and then I just feel good. I continue to work myself, my rhythm, and then yeah, pole position. I'm happy and just focus for the race. Thank you.
So it's your first time on pole for the thousands, and that means you will be presented the pole position award. And to present the award, I would like to invite Mr. Sam Hawk, Managing Director of Two Wheels Motor Racing Sundaram Berhad, to present the award to Andy Farid for his first pole position in the ASB 1000s and what we predict first of many. A big thank you to Mr. Sam Hawk for presenting the award, and a quick photo with Mr. Sam Hawk and Andy. Thank you so much, Mr. Sam Hawk, for presenting the award, and congratulations once again to Andy for a pole position.
And congratulations again to Andy Farid Izdihar for his first pole position in ARRC. We will be taking a lunch break and we will be back at 12:30. Daniel and I will be here, and we will be joined by the maestro of the microphones and the voice of ARRC, Mr. Des Corkhill. So come back with us, check your TV channels, or join us on live stream, 12:30 Thailand time, for race 1 this afternoon. We have 5 races for you. So we will see you then. This is the final round of the 2023 IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
ก่อนโค้ง3ไม่เอาแล้วรอบนี้ค่อยๆมาครับคือหลบแบบนี้ก็คือเดี๋ยวต้องรอรอบต่อไปแล้วก็จะมีเนี่ยครับเพื่อนๆก็จะตามมาเป็นพรวนแบบนี้ครับคุณผู้ชมครับเดี๋ยวรอสลิปสตรีมคือจริงๆถ้ามาสโลว์ดาวน์ในแทร็กแบบนี้เดี๋ยวจะมีเตือนจากเรสคอนโทรลมานะฮะแล้วก็ออกมารอเอารอบหน้าครับมาไล่มาที่เซกเตอร์3นู่นเลยครับเหลือ9 นาที 20 วิเข้าพิษมาครับสำหรับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงห์พงศ์ในปีนี้ครับทีมโค้ชนี่ก็จะเป็นโค้ชฟิล์มขออภัยครับโค้ชดรีมสิทธิศักดิ์อ่อนเฉวียงนะฮะก็เป็นผู้รับผิดชอบในเรื่องราวของการดูแลโครงการ Academy แล้วก็ Thailand Talent Cup นะฮะทั้งหมดเลยส่วนโค้ชฟิล์มเองก็จะรับผิดชอบในเรื่องราวของทีมโรงงานและก็นักแข่งที่ไปแข่งขันในระดับต่างประเทศนะฮะตัดมามองไปข้างหลังนะครับไงครับเด็กซ่าหันไปเจอทางฝั่งของปัญจรุตจิตวิรุณชัดนะครับแต่นี่คือคนที่เร็วสุดครับโกยุนาคากาวะ 148.759 ในรอบที่ 4เหลือ8 นาทีครับ1รอบวิ่งกันประมาณ1 นาที 50 วิยังได้อีก 3-4 รอบครับรอบนี้เป็นเนี่ยครับไล่ใหม่ครับทีนี้ผ่านฟินิชไลน์ครับถึงโค้ง1โค้งขวาครับหมายเลข12นี่คือปัญจรุตจิตวิรุณชัดนะฮะน้องเฟอร์อายุ13 ปีแล้วไม่เอาแล้วรอบนี้เดี๋ยวรอบหน้าดีกว่านะครับออกไปเลยโน่เลยรันออฟเลยฮะก่อนโค้ง3คันนี้ส่วนคันนี้จะเอาครับหมายเลข3ทางฝั่งของธนชัดประทุมทองครับไล่มาครับเข้าพิษมาครับโกยุนาคากาวะเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาโรเซลรวมไปถึงเกียรติศักดิ์สิงห์พงศ์นพรุษพงศ์บุญประเวศครับในกราฟิกตอนนี้ขึ้นมาฝั่งขวาของจอด้านล่างอันดับ2เบสแลปในเวลาที่ดีสุด 149.181 นะครับสำหรับนพรุษพงศ์บุญประเวศในรอบที่ 4 ครับต้องจับไม้เห็นในจอภาพครับสำหรับหลุดแทร็กไปแล้วพอแล้วเนี่ยต้องรอบต่อไปแล้วฮะน้องๆแข่งกัน15 รอบครับคุณผู้ชมครับต้องบอกเลยว่าโอ้โหคือเป็นการสร้างในเรื่องราวของความแข็งแกร่งเพื่อที่จะในการไปต่อยอดในเรสระดับอินเตอร์แหละครับเพราะว่าต้องแข่งกันหลายรอบนะครับเข้าผิดมาเพิ่มเติมปัญจรุตพิชยางกูลอินจักรเกียรติศักดิ์สิงห์พงศ์ครับเหลือในแทร็กเวลาควอลิฟายอีก5 นาที 30 วิหลังจากในรุ่นนี้ครับที่ควอลิฟายเสร็จเรียบร้อยครับก็จะพักกันแป๊บหนึ่งประมาณครึ่งชั่วโมงครับแล้วก็จะเข้าสู่เรสการแข่งขันในช่วงบ่ายครับจะเป็น TVS Asia One Make Championship นะครับในเรสไรครับวันนี้ เอาแลบออกมาคุริฟายกันต่อครับในช่วง 4 นาทีสุดท้ายครับ CG ขึ้นมาให้ดูโกยุนากากาวะแล้วก็เกซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟอร์เซล 149.258 ครับสำหรับเด็กซ่าโกยุ148.759 ห่างกันอยู่ 0.077 ครับ 2,000 นี้มีนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศขั้นกลางอยู่จับมาหมายเลข 19 ครับในจอภาพเหมียนตันอันปูแล้วครับอยู่ในช่วง 3 นาทีสุดท้ายครับกลุ่มผู้นำตอนนี้อยู่ที่ออกจากโค้ง 7 มาจนจะถึงโค้ง 8 ครับต้องจับมาที่หมายเลข 15 ในจอภาพครับเข้าโค้ง 8 ครับโค้ง 8 มาทางตรงแล้วก็จะเป็นโค้งขวามือในเซกเตอร์ที่ 3 เซกเตอร์สุดท้ายครับต่อเนื่องโค้ง 9 ทับซ้ายมาครับที่โค้ง 10จากโค้ง 11 มาครับตอนนี้โกยุนาคากาวะในรอบที่ 4 นี่คือ 148.759 นะครับถ้ามาแบบนี้น่าจะได้อีก 2 รอบครับก่อนที่จะเช็คเกอร์แฟลกโอ้ยปานออกไปนิดนึงโกยุนาคากาวะมาดูรอบนี้ครับไม่มีใครเร็วกว่าเดิมแน่นอนครับแต่รอบนี้ครับที่จะเอาด้านหน้าเป็นโกยุครับตามมาด้วยหมายเลข 3 ด้านหลังสำหรับธนชัดประทุมทองนักแข่งไทยไล่มาแบบนี้สลิปสตรีมดูดติดมาครับโอ้โหไม่ห่างครับไม่ปล่อยครับตอนนี้สำหรับทางฝั่งของธนชัดประทุมทองน้องออสตินครับแล้วก็ออสตินยกมาตรงนี้ก่อนถึงโค้ง 3 แซงมาแล้วก็จะเข้าไปเลสซิ่งไลน์ด้านในครับมาดีครับออสตินในรอบนี้ออกจากโค้ง 3 มาครับดันเนินขึ้นมาข้างหน้านี่กลุ่มนี้น่าสนใจครับออสตินนี่ผ่านไปแล้วครับตัดมาให้เห็นตอนนี้มีเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟอร์เซลมีโกยุนาคากาวะแล้วก็เหงียนทันอันฟูครับมีเวียดนามญี่ปุ่นรวมไปถึงทางฝั่งของอินโดนีเซียเนี่ยครับหมายเลข 13 นี่คะแนนขาดแล้วนะครับได้แชมป์ไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยห่างอยู่ 51 คะแนนแล้วก็หลุดแทร็กลิมิตออกมาเลยโกยุนาคากาวะตอนนี้ห่างจากอันดับที่ 2 อยู่ 0.422 ครับนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศจะได้อีก1รอบสุดท้ายแล้วครับทีนี้กลุ่มใหญ่ๆกลุ่มนี้ไล่มาจนถึงหมายเลข 14 เลยยกลึกมาครับมาดูในรอบสุดท้ายแล้วครับเวลาจะหมดแล้วครับหลังจากผ่านฟินิชไลน์มาในรอบสุดท้ายตรงนี้มาไล่ดูว่าตำแหน่งโพจะยังเป็นของทางฝั่งของโกยุนาคากาวะหรือเปล่าหมายเลข 19 ในจอภาพสำหรับเหรียญทองแองฟูครับมาทางตรงก่อนถึงโค้ง 3 ครับดูติดมาแบบนี้ดูใครจะถึงก่อนแล้วก็ยกมานั่นคือเลสซิ่งไลน์ที่เราเห็นเป็นรอยดำๆของยางนั่นเลยนะครับจะเป็นญี่ปุ่นหรือเวียดนามที่ไล่มาตอนนี้โอ้แต่แกอยู่ 12 เลยนะสำหรับเหรียญทองแองฟูไล่มาเรื่อยๆครับตัดมาแล้วก็มาดักเลยครับตรงนี้กล้องดักที่ก่อนถึงโค้ง 4 โค้งซ้ายไฮสปีดครับที่เห็นนี่เป็นหมายเลข 3 ครับตอนนี้ธนชัดประทุมทองครับอยู่อันดับที่ 7หลอกแสงแบบนี้เลยครับเข้ามา อยู่ในเซกเตอร์สุดท้ายนะครับเข้าโค้ง 8 นี่คือโกยุนะครับกาวะครับเวลาเร็วที่สุดตั้งแต่รอบที่ 4 แล้ว 148.759 ครับเป็น 148 คันเดียวเลยนะครับไล่มาเรื่อยๆดูติดมาโกยุนะครับกาวะตามมาด้วยเหงียนทอนแองฟูครับจากเวียดนามธนชัดปทุมทองครับในกลุ่มนี้แล้วก็ยกมาครับก่อนถึงโค้ง 12 ข้างในนี่มีเด็กซ่าบอกว่ายังไม่เอาก็ได้แล้วก็ผ่านฟินิชไลน์รับเช็คเกอร์แฟลกครับจบการคอลิฟายเร็วสุดเป็นโกยุนะคากาวะนะฮะเจ้าหนูวัย 15 ปีจากญี่ปุ่นครับ 148.759 ในรอบที่ 4 ครับตามมาด้วยนพรุษพงษ์บุญประเวศอันดับ 2 อันดับ 3 เป็นนักแข่งอินโดนีเซียครับเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาเรเซลคะแนนสะสมนี่บนตารางแชมเปี้ยนชิพพอยต์นี่ห่าง51คะแนนแล้วนะครับคว้าแชมป์ไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยอันดับ 4 เป็นพัชรกรทองเกิดหลวงครับ 5 เป็นเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์กิษดาธนโชติอันดับที่ 6 ครับธนชัดประทุมทองอันดับที่ 7 มูฮัมหมัดพีอันดารามาติปาอันดับที่ 8 ครับเตชินอินอภัยอันดับ 9 ปัญจรุตจิตวิรุณฉัตรอันดับที่ 10 พิชยังกุลอินจักรอันดับ 11 เหงียนทอนแองฟูอันดับที่ 12 13 เป็นธนกิจประทุมทองครับ14 เป็นสยามซันดรา15 เป็นเหงียนวูฟึงแล้วก็อันดับ 16 เป็นไรฮิชคาตีครับผ่านไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยครับในเรสแรกครับจะใช้ผลของการคอลิฟายครับจัดอันดับในการออกสตาร์ทนะครับส่วนเรสที่ 2 จะใช้เบสในเรสหรือว่าเวลาดีที่สุดในเรสมาจัดอันดับในการออกสตาร์ทครับโอเคครับช่วงนี้จบเรียบร้อยสำหรับการคอลิฟายในทุกๆรุ่นครับเราจะเข้าสู่เรสในช่วงเที่ยงกับอีก35 นาทีนะครับในรุ่นแรกของการแข่งขันเรสแรกวันเสาร์นะครับ TVS Asia One Makes Championship นะครับมาลุ้นและก็เชียร์นักแข่งไทยของเราครับเที่ยงครึ่งมาเจอกันช่วงนี้พักกันสักครู่ครับ